Okay, good evening, everybody. Starting considerably later than I was planning. The I know that on Fridays I do tend to have a little bit of a later start, but this time I fell asleep. I've actually been really worn out this week. Hey, Olaf. I feel particularly bad for you because I know you are sort of an indefatigable viewer. 3 a.m. Yeah. So this is the thing is I kind of know um, whenever whenever I see you after a really late start, it means that you're having your own sleepless night. But I took a look at I don't think I've gotten anything close to a full night's sleep this week. And in fact, it's usually been in like the well, it'll always be single digits, and I guess if you don't get enough, it's always going to be in the low single digits. But like what I mean to say is like it is not uncommon for some of them to be 2 or 3 hours, and like 2 or 3 hours after a night where I really didn't get any sleep. And so I didn't plan to nod off, but like I was reading actually. So I one thing I will say, I feel like today I got through a lot, which is good. But I've been reading a bit more as well. There's one book I had to return before I could finish it, but I'm currently on to The Man from the Future, which is a book about John von Neumann. I'm liking it actually quite a bit. But what I found was like as I was reading it in bed, and like I'm sort of starting to nod off. I'm like not paying attention to the words. So I was just like, okay, I'm gonna let this happen. And then like I wake up and it's about I think like 8:30 ish or something like that. So at that point I kind of knew the stream was going to be late, but I I do still want to stream, and I apologize for the lateness, but I think especially given how I've been feeling over the week, it's not bad, and I'm going to try and be a little more disciplined. Like I'm going to try not to stream till like 5 o'clock in the morning or anything like that, because I'm potentially in shooting distance of getting getting my sleep back in order. Now, I'm not deliberately keeping you all on the intro screen for no reason. I actually need a minute to just set everything up. But I hope you're all doing well. I want to do Starflight again, and it's a tough one because like I was also really enjoying. Was really enjoying Hand of Fate 2, and I've got a couple of things that I actually think are gonna. I wasn't expecting to do them, to be honest, but I have a feeling that when I do sort of announce them or kind of surprise people with them, I have a feeling there's going to be quite a few people who get very excited by a couple of these things. But it's a long way off, so I don't want to spend too much time teasing it. Let me just make sure that cool, that's working. That's working. And this hopefully will be working soon. Um, excuse me. But yeah, so there's a lot that I can do, but one I actually found. So there's two things about Starflight that surprised me. One, I think it's very compelling. I like the game quite a bit, and I want to like if nothing else, I want to spend some time with it, uh, like personally, just to kind of get a feeling for the game. Maybe say that I've played. Yeah, I probably want to play through to the end, but if I suppose if nothing else, I want to at least say that I had a good proper time with it, and if I didn't get to the end, it's like, well, but I got what I wanted out of the game, right? A little bit like Darkest Dungeon. I don't think a lot of people finish Darkest Dungeon, but that doesn't mean that people don't like Darkest Dungeon. It's just they've got what they wanted out of it, and they maybe just don't see the value in pushing on to the task's end. Slater USA, thank you very much for the follow. How you doing? So yeah, we got clobbered last time we did this, and I want my revenge. But that is going to mean the other thing that surprised me about this was that I was originally going to do it as a YouTube series, and I was really alarmed at just how silent the game is. And so I was worried that it would bore everyone to tears, but it actually seemed to be a neat little chance to talk about it. So I'll try not to repeat too much of the stuff about its influence on Mass Effect and all of that. But I think I've got a nice little chance to be able to get through quite a bit of material just as I do those opening moves to, get the minerals and try and bring myself to the place I was at before I died to an insane AI or whatever we ran into. Sorry, I need a second to bring up the codes. But anyways, let's see what we got here. So we'll reset and start the game. I think I already did one of those, but here is the majesty of the opening title music. Interstel Police warning. As provided by the Galactic Treaty of 4410, this computer software product is hereby declared the intellectual property of the human author's binary systems. All rights are henceforth reserved in space and time. Provision for the protection of intellectual property is covered under Section 8.9.1a-F of the Intangible Property Act of 4506, ratified by all beings except the Gauzotroid. Included in Section 8.9.1a-C is the provision for Interstel Corporate Police to enforce the law. Warning. Any being caught with an unauthorized copy or version of this software product will be punished by Interstel Corporate Police. Punishment may include the destruction of the offending being. Oh, is it really loud? That on my monitors actually seems to be really... It seemed... I thought it was quite low. This apparently would be pretty cacophonous too. Anyways, my apologies. I don't want to like shred people's senses in the name of good science fiction. But there is a side of me that really wants to show what the Genesis version of this looks like. But let's go to personnel. So I don't know if I remember exactly what I had. Okay, cool, yeah. So I know I think I have an idea about the species that I wanted. Does anybody have a does anybody in chat want to? Yeah, so far as I can tell, so this is 1987, so I don't know when sort of the sort of digitized, I guess a PC speaker sound is still going to be digitized, but like, I don't know when maybe a more proper synthesis was a thing. I think the footsteps actually sound pretty good. But the Genesis version of this that I've seen, visually, it looks quite nice. Like, I actually really like the way that this game seems to have been adapted. But musically, like, it's pretty cool. Actually, you know what? I bet I can give you... I'm not going to, like, run it for the whole length, but I have a feeling it's probably not going to be too bad if I play the Starflight music from the Genesis. Let me just take a second here. Incidentally, does anybody want to be named... have their name as a pilot? Wow, this goes on forever. Okay, so I'm gonna prioritize science only this time. Actually, navigation might be an idea too. But yeah, that's the title music for Starflight. And then if you were to be in this window in the Genesis, this is the music I remember really well. Because I seem to remember when I first saw this, when somebody else was playing it, they were in this menu a really long time, and I don't know, I like it, but yeah. So I mean, like again, it's not it's not the sort of thing where you're going to you're not like, oh my god, this is this must have been like a top 20 hit, but I definitely think compared to the PC speaker, like I don't really know of a lot of cases where there's been an adaptation from a PC to a console where the game has necessarily been improved. And in the case, and again, I can't really speak from experience with the Starflight Genesis, right? Like it could just be that it's because like right now it just lives as this ideal, as this sort of thing that I saw once, and it was kind of compelling enough for me to check out this thing. And obviously the only thing I can play is this GOG version. But I don't know, like it is kind of intriguing to me, at least, that from the outside, at least, the Genesis port seems to have enhanced the game quite a bit. Mind you, this game was also incredibly successful when it first came out, and I suspect that to bring it to console, you would have to, you'd have to give it a little bit of polish. Anyways, we called it the ISS this thing on last time. Maybe we can try and be a little more professional. Call it the Python. Okay. So there is one version of this which says I want to keep as much money in the bank as I can to try and earn the interest. But I do think the skills that I want to have a good handle on would be navigation and science. In fact, so much so I think we'll do navigation first. So that's got to at least be 2. Well, okay, actually we'll do the minimum. Actually, yeah, let's see if I can just get by with only navigation for now. So we've got we need 150 for navigation learn rate of 6. So I think that's just 25 if I'm not mistaken, right? 120. So 6 times 20 is 120. 5 and 6 is 30. So I'm not so tired I can't do math. Yeah, so the different, just to be clear here, and especially for those of you who haven't seen the game before, like basically each of the species are going to have different learning rate. So you've got a bunch of skills. You're going to be assigning people to different roles. In fact, I believe this game is also an inspiration for FTL. So a little bit about the crew allocation and all of that. I think there's a little bit of a parallel that you can draw. Durability, this is going to come up when we have a lightning storm and it insta-kills my fragile plant people. And then there's a learning rate. So some species are basically, they cost less to be able to train up. And then some species are also just naturally better at certain skills. So humans are good at science. The Velox, kind of the bug people, are good at navigation and engineering. The Thrin, sort of these, they look like dinosaurs, to be honest, lizard people in the cover art, I think, are good at communication. And the Yellow One are good at communication and medicine, but I believe it goes that you can't have I can't remember if it's a Thrin or I think it's Thrin and Velox are the two that don't get along. So while the crew will work with each other, the consequence will be anytime you run into members of those species, they will not talk to you, even though there is one present on the ship. as far as you're concerned, you are just beyond the pale for bringing their hated enemies on your ship. So that's one of the reasons why I am not having sort of this wonderful coalition of all races on the ship. I've made my choice in terms of specialists. You can also bring in androids. Androids are lower cost, so it doesn't actually cost anything to hire a crew member. It does cost you to train someone, though, and you don't get the money back for training. But yeah, basically the idea here, the game recommends that the three most important traits that you can level up are science, navigation, and comms. In fact, they specifically recommend that navigation be at 200. Now, science is something that I would normally want to bring up. In fact, I'm going to show you when we go and check out our first planet why a high science is desirable. But for the time being, I'm going to, I don't know, like I'm just going to try and take advantage of a little bit of the interest. So you can see it here. I actually think this is a neat idea in a game. I can sort of see why they wouldn't keep this for a lot of other games, but the idea, I think what's neat about Starflight is that you will actually be spending really long periods of time out in space. Hey, Noxcam, we're back to my my pixely space games. And I think what's kind of neat is you're going to be spending a lot of time out in space, and for me, I was definitely given an interesting choice as to whether or not I wanted to spend all the money, sort of upgrade my ship right away, which would have improved my survivability and probably would not have resulted in the humiliating defeat on Sunday. But if you keep it in the bank, there can actually be a way that you wind up even better off. So like there is something sort of interesting about not if you think about it, like video games tend to really make you want to be kind of spendthrift. And that's fine because like generally you just want to do stuff. But I actually kind of think it's interesting in this one, especially because there's so much emphasis that the game puts on the fact that you are sort of running a bit of an enterprise here, that they're not. That was not an intended pun. I apologize, but I guess it's out there now. But basically the fact that, they've talked about how one of the conditions for being able to do this whole job is to be able to manage sorry for hitting the mic there, to be able to manage your ship, manage your resources well. I actually think there's something kind of interesting about the fact that you are looking at the balance sheet and that you are sort of making some decisions in terms of how you can get a little bit of an edge. And in this case here, if you're just giving it to some bankers to lend out to people while you're getting resources in a sector that you feel is safe, I don't know. I think that's neat. I think maybe that's something that you'd see in a game like Elite Dangerous. I haven't really gone that far in Elite Dangerous to know whether or not those sort of actions are happening. I definitely know that there are some games now which have a little bit more of an active financial market, which is driven by players. But in this case here, I actually, it's something I'd be interested in seeing in more games, to be honest. All right. January 1st, 4620. You are about to embark on your first mission. In your bank account, you will find the amount of 12,000 monetary units. This money is to be spent training your crew, configuring your ship, and purchasing any necessary materials. Of course, you may wish to leave some portion of this in the bank to earn interest. This is acceptable. At this stage of the operation, our primary goal is to gather information. Consequently, your objectives are: 1. To seek out and explore strange new worlds. 2. To boldly go where no man has gone before. 3. Establish contact with any sentience. 4. Capture and bring back non-sentient life forms. We've learned that these don't seem to be worth too much in terms of money, so I'm probably not going to prioritize that. But 5. Record alien life form data. 6. Bring back alien artifacts. 7. Bring back any valuable minerals, including Endurium. 8. Keep from getting brutally killed. We have little information to offer concerning what you might find. We suggest, however, that you avoid the area of space around the coordinates 13584, since that is where we lost contact with 2 of our earlier ships. Scout reports indicate a high density of minerals in the mountainous regions of the innermost planet of our system. Further, we have found information that leads us to believe that there may be some ruins of the old empire at coordinates 17 north, 162 east on the second planet of the neighboring K-class system. We have also received some indication of alien activity in the system 17594. Good luck and a safe return. Next message. Oh, there is no next message. All right, away we go. You thought you could do a figure eight holding the... Oh, sorry, you got cut by your butterfly now. Oh, sorry to hear that. I hope it's not too serious. All right, let's launch. We're going to need my code. Request security code for Nirvana, surprising utensil, and... Is that minerals? Minstrels? I'm pleasantly surprised by how much I've been enjoying this Noxcon. The only thing that doesn't quite land for me is the fact that when we get into combat, I think it's going to be a little bit of a beast. But I'm pleasantly surprised by how well the interface works. So I just use sort of 4 arrows, the space key and the enter key, but you can really use the only one. Every once in a while it will ask you to press space, and you have to press space, and the arrows are the arrows. So in this case here I have to press space to go into orbit, but it's definitely very it's very well thought out as far as the UI is concerned. And then one thing I always like talking about, they call it fractal generation, but in this case here, like this planet is the map that we're about to see here in the upper right-hand corner. Oh, we're not in hyperspace. I'm an idiot. Let's get ready to... Oh, sorry. First of all, I want to scan it. So, sorry, before I talk about the map, remember that I didn't train up my my science officers. So previously, we would see... Oh, looks like we actually got some pretty decent details here. So fluorine, chlorine, atmosphere, water, hydrosphere, chromium, promethium, and tungsten in the lithosphere. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So notice here we've got not certain for a lot of things. Predominant surface, gravity, atmospheric density. This sort of stuff matters. Like not being certain of gravity. Like how do you know you're not going to get absolutely crushed landing on the planet? So this is one of the reasons it's valuable to have have a well-trained science officer. But this is sort of the tutorial system. So in this case, I can feel a little safe by having that money in the bank. Anyway, one of the things I think is really neat about this. So I do believe, like when I say this is sort of procedurally generated, I don't mean to say that all of the systems are random each time you run into them. I believe they are consistent. At least the majority of them are consistent. But there's 800 systems that have been generated through an algorithm. It's just kind of the same seed each time you play the game. And one of the things that's neat about that, again, there was just so little memory to work with. So like this map that we see here is projected onto this world, or potentially the world is, this map is a projection of the world. I don't know which one comes first. But when we select a site, so we're going to descend onto this world and we're going to see sort of the ground come up to us. That is the game actually realizing this specific object that's brought in. It's not like a pre-rendered animation. You're sort of landing in. And I mean, again, like I said, it's not like, my God, this is exactly like No Man's Sky. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen. It does look very primitive, but in another way, the fact that this was done in, I think 1987 or something like that is really cool. So This is going to be a little more casual. I mean, if anybody has any questions about the game or anything like that, I'm happy to answer them. But in this case, I'm really just going to really going to focus on trying to fill up my ship with valuable resources, and try and get to a point where we're doing some proper exploration as soon as possible. I'm going to go hard left next. Seems like these kinds of games don't seem primitive at all to me. They seem really impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's all that I mean is by sort of the modern standards of, like I talked quite a bit about how this game was a very big influence on Mass Effect. And obviously Mass Effect is like, so this was made by 5 people and this was their first game. Or at least for most of the five, if not all of them, it was their first game. So that on its own is pretty astonishing to me. But obviously, by the standard of what I'm getting, like even in a game that's not necessarily doing some kind of procedural generation, but whether it's like Mass Effect or whether it is Journey to a Strange Planet or Subnautica or, like there's lots of different kinds of games that take place in space and give you, or Rebel Galaxy Outlaw, actually. I mean, Rebel Galaxy Outlaw is an interesting case because that's one which is, I believe, made with largely free tools. Like I know their graphics engine was Ogre, as it was for the previous game, the original Rebel Galaxy. And I just think there's something really interesting. So in this case here, when I talk about it, being kind of primitive, it's just simply, compared to what I'm used to in terms of games, obviously there isn't kind of the same visual polish that I might have expected from something new. And then obviously like the sound of the terrain vehicle here, if you are of a certain temperament, that might get on your nerves. But as you say, and I'm absolutely on your side on this, the technical achievement of this, particularly for its time, but even just as a game, is really impressive. So you do need to manually tell it to pick up the cargo each time. This is actually one reason why I think the real time is sort of interesting here, but it does have its drawbacks. Essentially, I have to kind of stop the vehicle and then, pick up the material, and then stop the vehicle and pick up the material. It gives me a chance to chat about the game, obviously, so that's not necessarily a bad thing. But obviously, stopping and starting your vehicle each time isn't necessarily... It's not the most fun you can have in a video game. So I want to be a little careful on my fuel usage, but we still have some opportunities to pick up some goodies. Okay, so if there's anything in the immediate area that I can pick up, I think I'll go and grab that. Otherwise, I should probably... Ooh. Okay, I gotta be careful with the gray, but I think I can pull it off. Let's hope it's worth it. Just mining. So the we'll learn a little bit more about the world. So there is a colonization element to it in the sense that your mission will eventually include an effort to find alternative planets, because it's clear that the sun in this system is going to explode, basically. And so you do eventually start looking for planets to recommend for colonization, but you yourself do not run the colonies. In this case, you're definitely going from planet to planet, encountering new species. Essentially, this game takes place shortly after the rediscovery of faster than light travel. It's enabled by this mineral called Endurium. Basically, there's sort of some artifacts found from an old empire, which is currently this discovery is maybe being held from the broader population just because of the implications that this old empire is not actually just a legend, but in fact a real thing. But what that discovery has enabled is faster than light travel again, and there were a number of ships that were sort of outfitted to go and explore and just do the usual space captain thing, at the risk of sounding a little too flippant in terms of what's going on. And I believe some, if not most of them, failed to return. And so they are expanding the program. You're one of the captains in the second batch, sort of responsible for heading out. And this may be the reason why they're not fully equipping you with everything, where part of you showing that you are worthy of this exploration role is the fact that you have enough of an entrepreneurial spirit to sort of get I don't want to spend too much more time away from home. I'm going to risk going north, but that's because I can reset the playthrough if I lose the terrain vehicle. Okay, we gotta run back home now. It's to the north. Oh, we'll be fine. Yeah. But yeah, one of the things that turns out, one of the things that comes up, so one of the things that they're looking for is Endurium, and quite a bit of it, because that's going to be the fuel for the ships. But eventually, one of the things that's interesting about this is that after you've been out in space for a little bit, you get the message that says, okay, we got to let you know another D. So the first thing you find out is when you become a captain is, okay, so it actually turns out that this, legendary lost empire, that was a real thing, and we've rediscovered faster than light travel. Congratulations, you're now responsible for this ship. So that's kind of the first revelation that appears in the manual. And then later on, as you're playing the game, it's like, okay, we got to let you know something else. We're looking for planets because this system's not going to be able to house us anymore. So we need you to find planets, and we need you to find Endurium to get everybody off this rock. Now, I'm assuming that there's probably more story that will come up. And we're going to learn a little bit more about this company, Interstel, and sort of the what's going to be happening to civilization, basically. But in this particular case here, what we're trying to do is sort of establish ourselves through, again, as you say, through mining, and maybe a little bit of financial speculation, given the fact that I'm keeping all my money, all my surplus money in the bank, earning interest. But eventually, some of the stuff that I mine is going to be used for ship repairs. And when it comes to Endurium, there is something of a trade-off that I need to make in terms of, choosing how much do I keep, in my ship to be able to do what I need to do, and how much do I, sell at a good price. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to launch and I'm going to land back down. So I'm going to check out this area and maybe this area. And I know I didn't do that last time, but I actually think this is... So this is a decent little planet just because of the lack of storms and lack of basically the sort of stuff that harms my crew members. So if I can start filling up my cargo, hold here, and that lets me upgrade my ship so that I can go plunder the rest of the planets in this system, that just means I'm even further ahead when I start moving outside of this system. So I think I'm going to take advantage of this. So obviously we're missing out on any resources in this section, but I prefer, I don't know, I don't like half measures. I figure I can stick with this mountainous region. Although apparently I picked the one gray area in this mountainous area. Okay. Oh, wow, that's actually pretty rich. I think I'll maybe just try going north. Obviously, I can try the southern minerals next run. Means I won't go as far north now, but figure might as well get the resources as I can. As cool as this game is to watch, I think the UI and graphics would confuse you a lot if you were to play them. Again, it's surprising. It's surprising how intuitive. So the one thing that is a bit different from modern games is I normally kind of dread playing older games because the UIs tend to be very opaque. This one I actually think is very well done. So the basic, like there's definitely, I think, a sensible layout once you start looking at it. The main action, as you can see, is sort of happening on the left-hand side. Again, the only controls you really need to know are the arrow keys, and then so I'll give you an example here. I'm going to hit the E key for maps, right? And then I'll hit it again to zoom out. This time I'm going to hit K just to change it up. So you can basically hit any button to do the interaction. I'm going to be a bit greedy, and I'm actually going to try and go for this. I think I might have just lost my terrain vehicle doing this, but we got some Promethean though, so. Oh. Am I full? Oh God, if I lose the terrain vehicle on that's extra embarrassing. But yeah, so you can sort of see here. Oh. Sorry, I just need to focus. So on the right-hand side, you can see that my energy is going down. That's my fuel for the vehicle. It's telling me how far away from the ship I am in the sort of the bottom area here. So like the left-hand side, I'm focusing on the actions that I'm taking. That's, I think, fairly intuitive. Right-hand side is sort of information about what's going on. And when you are not directly interacting with the world, you can sort of think of there being like two states. So if you've ever used something like so I don't personally recommend this editor, but if you happen to be sort of particularly adept at computing, you might have used the Vim editor. If you've used Vim, you'll know that there's like two states that you can put the editor into. And it's one of the reasons why it is incredibly confusing to use if you're new to it. It's why I don't use it, actually. I like Emacs, but I was never able to really get a handle on Vim. But basically here, I'm going to be interacting with all of the different commands that I can give. So there's like submenus for each of the roles: doctors, communications officers, engineers, navigation, and science. And then captain is sort of the main thing. So like here, I'm just kind of disembarking from the ship. These are like general orders that you're going to give to the people who you're, just general orders you're going to give to the crew. Now here, where I'm sort of interacting with the world, I have this equivalent of the commands on the ship right here, right? I'm only using left and right to navigate those. But what I want to do is I want to move my ship or my terrain vehicle around. So I'm actually going to go and try and get that Promethean. So in this case, I hit enter on move, and now I'm able to directly interact with the terrain vehicle. I'm moving around and making decisions. And the I don't know, like I don't want to harp on this too much. But like in this case here, it's really just one key, and it can, again, quite literally be any key to to change the states, and you're ready to go. Now, the one drawback that I mentioned earlier is that when you get into combat, you're sort of trying to manage the action in real time while doing this like two states kind of thing. That I actually struggle with. But overall, like, you'd maybe be surprised. Like, I think as someone external without ever playing the game, I can see how this might look a little more intimidating than it actually is. But yeah, I think that's also specific to the part of the planet I'm on. We are kind of far away, but I'm going to try and sneak this bit of cargo. Ooh, yeah. This is a good haul. I just need to bring it back to the ship. Packs laden with loot are often short on supply. This is going to be very, very close. Yeah, we're at 8%. We'll make it though. We're into the gray area now, so. So yeah, as you can see, you do have a fuel reserve, but if you lose that fuel reserve, even if you're like right beside your ship, you lose the terrain vehicle, and it's a sad moment when that happens. That's a $10,000 mistake, 10,000 monetary unit mistake. So don't do that. Yeah, honestly, I mean, so there are some ways where, like, so if I knew that this planet was full of lead, I'd probably pass it by. I mean, lead is worth something, but, just being able to get something like gold or promethium or platinum or, there's a few resources that are quite a bit more valuable. There are some times where I might want to be a little bit choosy in terms of what I'm picking up. But again, in this case here, my ideal would be if I can get my ship up to 100% like cargo space on this first planet. I'm in a really, really good spot as far as the rest of the journey is concerned. Okay, so we're at 62%. I don't want to go too far out because of so the higher the elevation, the harder it is to move over it. Okay, there was something in the bottom right. Okay, I hate that I'm doing this, but ooh, yeah, we're really far from the ship. I think I just screwed myself. Yeah, so you'll notice there's that efficiency stat. Basically, that's how difficult it is for the terrain vehicle to move over the ground. So what I'm trying to do here is stick to the gray areas because it's a little easier for the vehicle to move. But I'm definitely going to be burning through my reserve. We're not going to make it. There's no way we can make 21 kilometers. So you can watch everybody's health go down as we're trying to walk to the ship as well. Ugh. Okay, I'm sorry to do this. That was just remarkably stupid on my part. I think I'm actually gonna reset. Losing 10,000 excuse me, is not the worst that can happen to me. But that was just such an unimaginably careless choice that I want to. I want to. There's something that where I need to say it's like, nope, you are properly. You're gonna play this game right. So sorry. I will just burn through the character creation and all of that though. Sorry. Oh, it does let me skip that. Okay, let's see how quickly we can run through these. Now, with that in mind, for those of you who might be new to the game and haven't seen that, we just did this, so I don't think it's a big problem for me to sort of pass over this. Oh, come on. But if any of you do want to know what's going on, if you're new to the stream, I'm happy to take it slow and be a little bit more descriptive with what's going on, but I gotta check my list of species again. Now, there is one thing I want to check in the manual. So just take a second and bring that up. And this is basically me checking my greed. So what I'm interested in is the navigator. So that's page 18. The navigator is responsible for maneuvering the ship through space, for raising and lowering the ship's shields, and for arming and disarming the ship whenever necessary. In addition, the navigator is responsible for firing your ship's weapons during combat. When you choose navigator from the control panel, the following options become available. Maneuver, raise shield. Okay, that's not what I was looking for. Let's go back to the table of contents. So the game had some recommendations in terms of how to build your characters. Navigation is of primary importance to space travel. Without an effective navigator, you face danger of becoming lost in space. This may result in the loss of precious time and fuel and may place you in hostile territory. In addition, a skilled navigator with a skill greater than 150 can determine the presence of continuum fluxes in space. These fluxes are paired and connected via extra-dimensional wormholes, so that entering one of a pair of fluxes, your vessel will be transported almost instantaneously to the other. Although continuum fluxes can be used in navigation, since a highly skilled navigator can take advantage of the ability to transport you instantaneously, they can also be very hazardous. A poorly trained navigator will have difficulty spotting fluxes and may even cause your vessel to hit one accidentally. Navigators with skill levels of 150 or below will not be able to see them at all. In addition, after transportation through a flux, it takes the navigator time to determine the ship's new position. The more skilled the navigator, the less time it will take, and the less risk to your crew will face. It is the navigator who fires the ship's missiles and lasers. The more skilled the navigator, the greater the accuracy of the shot. Finally, if your navigator skill is less than 200, your terrain vehicle may become lost during storms on a planet's surface. Okay, so clearly I was quite reckless in, or actually I guess I skilled up the navigator. Either way, it's clear here. 200 is the minimum. Oh, sorry, I didn't get rid of the manual. 200 is the absolute minimum. The rest I can bank until I need them. But if I skimp on navigation, I'm just going to wind up losing resources. Okay. I've got a little program here to help. This is from the GOG version. They give you a little program to tell you what the code would have been. Oop. Gal. Oh, it's crystal. There we go. We might get a visit from the space police about the fact that we put the wrong code in. Okay, so back to our navigator. And again, I'm not quite basking in the majesty of the space fantasy because we've done this a couple of times now. Actually, you know what? I don't know if scanning helps, but I'm gonna try it. And again, I'm basically gonna do the same thing I did before. I don't know if I'll be in the exact same position, but presumably there'll be plenty of resources for me to scoop up. So the ideal, I'll be honest, I'd still like to aim for the ideal of having a full hold before I leave this world, but I'm not married to it, especially if it winds up, making me do stupid decisions like I did earlier, where I wound up killing a crew member for the lowest possible stakes. Okay, so we'll head sort of northeast to take advantage of the stuff that we can see right away, and then we'll see where the rest of it takes us. And in this case, I am willing to be I'm willing to be a little greedier, but not in like the reckless sense that not in the reckless sense that I was earlier. So basically, what it means is that if there is like a single mineral that I see on the ground in an area, I am actually willing to take the time to go out of my way and see if I can pick that up like on a second trip. But the whole like I'm 79 kilometers away in a hilly area, and I'm gonna go and try and get another another mineral, that stuff is that's gone. Like I don't know what I was thinking at that time, but clearly that was never going to work, and I should never have tried it. Okay. So I am willing to grab this one, because I need to go west anyway. But we obviously need to do a second trip for the rest of those. Even here, this is kind of risky, but... Oh, good question. I used to not be a big guacamole person, but I've definitely come to like it. So probably guacamole. Oh, salsa's fine. Like, I probably, all things being equal, I'd probably go for salsa. But I don't know. I'm usually just happy to have food, so I don't have any strong feelings one way or the other. What inspires that question? Are you preparing something, or are you just curious? Okay, so I want to be a little careful here because we are starting to get further away. The big question is whether or not I can make it to the right. I don't think I... Well, I'm acting like I can, so let's see if that turns out. Okay. I think we'll be fine, but clearly the lessons from my last couple of screw-ups have not quite taken hold. One thing I can do to try and make my life a little easier is if I go to the science officer and I pick the... you just asked because you had guac? Yeah. You tried it for the first time yesterday, you're starting to like it. Yeah, actually in general, I'm more okay with avocado. I always thought it was a little funny. Like, I'm assuming this probably has something to do with developments in food science. But I remember, like, back when I was in university, it felt like every store, it didn't matter where you were. So what I'm really interested in here is the cargo number here. So the closer that gets to 100, then I'm gonna head home. But it felt like everyone, like every burger joint, every place I could go, had some kind of guacamole or avocado product. Usually both. But so like I was like, what is it about that? Like, why is it like now that apparently everybody is discovering the wonderful properties of avocado? And I mean, to a certain extent, like fashion's going to drive that. Like, if it comes out, oh, yep, this is the new superfood. You got to have it. Then they're just going to follow the trend, and it has nothing really to do with like any kind of technological advance. But on the other hand, sometimes those fashions are going to be the result of a development that makes it easier to transport or store or anything like that. Like Starbucks, for instance, right? One of the reasons why Starbucks was the one to sort of be the coffee shop everywhere was their ability to sort of have that little lock that's on the front of the bags. Now, I think the patent for that's probably done. Yeah, the electric guitar shaped rock or shape ship. Valiant Cheese. I don't know if you've been in the channel while they were here. Pointed that out. It's definitely a unique design. It implies a very different kind of soundtrack. Anyways, yeah. Sorry, I'm going on at great length about the food people are trying to sell, but I've always been a little curious about that because it's like, I don't know, like it can't be that like McDonald's announces its product and then like every other fast food joint like is like, oh nope, guess we're doing this now. Like I'm assuming there's probably something that's happened to inspire those kinds of changes. Okay, so I'm testing the edge of my fuel, but again we're it's gonna be close. Whoo! Yeah, I really gotta watch that. That's the second time after I said no more recklessness that I almost wound up walking home. Mind you, we're probably going to be over 40% uh, after we're done this section. So, and there's a pretty decent amount of Promethean, which, sorry, I can't remember if it's Promethean or Prometheum. I'm assuming it's Prometheum. Yeah. You know, actually, one thing I will admit about this. So I've been trying a little bit of No Man's Sky, not enough to say that I know the game very well, but that and then learning a little bit more about how this game was made has gotten me really interested in procedural generation. And the thing that's actually funny about it is that I can definitely see for game developers why this is an exciting tool, because I suspect there's probably a certain type of person who gets into game development because it allows them to sort of create worlds. There is no possible way I'm going to reach that mineral. I don't even know why I went south. So I have to assume that, you know, something where you're creating a system under which sort of you yourself may be surprised what comes out of it is probably quite exciting. And I have to assume that that's something that got people excited about making games. Again, we were also talking about how in the case of Starflight and games around this time, wow, we're almost halfway. I think I'm going to try going east. I don't think I've gone there. Maybe I have. But yeah, like, so obviously this is, in this case, they're taking advantage of the fact that they can generate the world as you encounter it, as opposed to saving it, saving it in the game. And No Man's Sky is a game that sort of took advantage of that. Obviously, they're also taking advantage of considerably more computing power than before. But I still think the appeal is the same, that if you're creating interactive entertainment, in Mario, the enemies are going to sort of walk at you at the same pace, and they're going to be placed in the same area. And so while it's true, your response to things are going to lead the game to have sort of different general outcomes, I don't know, I still sort of feel like you're creating something that has the capacity to surprise you, I guess. But I think the one case where maybe it feels a little more static if you're the creator would be if you make like a room, right? Like you're the one who put that furniture down there. Maybe if you're the one who's only responsible for future furniture, you're gonna really hate to see that particular table and chair. Sorry, I'm just gonna adjust my blanket. I might actually make some more tea before too long, but I can sort of see how in some cases, I think I've already gone west, but I can't 100% remember. So I'll try going southwest just to. Oh, yeah. Anyway, yeah, sort of knowing where the secrets are put, let's say, is something where you lose the opportunity to be surprised that maybe the player would get. And to a certain extent, I think procedural generation maybe brings some of that excitement back, and so as a result probably has a certain appeal to a type of developer. Again, it depends on why they got into it. I also think that there are maybe some developers who maybe deep down wanted to make movies. And you can kind of tell that because there's big, long cutscenes where you're not really doing a whole lot other than just watching the game. And like, they're very impressive. Like that, the thing is that gaming is obviously very good at doing spectacle, but generally I play a game because I want to be able to interact. So obviously here, even though the graphics might be a bit primitive, I'm definitely imagining kind of a Star Wars-ish, strange planet in which interesting things are happening. But yeah, the reason why I say all of that is that my own interest in procedural generation is actually very much on sort of the structure of the randomness. I am quite curious about how all the different methods that people use. I mean, in particular, one of the things I'm very curious about is specifically No Man's Sky, and the fact that it seems like on release people were talking about how some of the alien creatures were a bit disappointing. And how after release there was like a bit more variety or a bit more color, or just generally things were maybe a bit more exciting to look at. And what interests me is that there's only so many changes you can make before all of a sudden like everything's changed. Like, so if you if you've got an algorithm which is designed to build the world a certain way, and the whole idea is that people are going to be able to go to the same spot and see the same thing, after release, I'm assuming you can't really tweak it that much, because it's going to cause. I obviously don't want to change the seed. That really would change everything. But obviously there are some things that you can change because they don't directly affect. Actually, I guess the one thing they point out is that no single tile sort of knows what all the neighboring tiles are doing. So maybe they do have a bit more flexibility in terms of changing. But I don't know. The one thing is that knowing that there's been quite a bit of work done on the game after release, and that so much of that work does seem to be related to people talking about the what has been generated. I think there is actually something very interesting about the fact that they were able to sort of retain the game that a lot of people were enjoying on a regular basis, even when, on Twitter, people were talking about how terrible it was and what, how they're a bunch of liars and they were never going to support the game. There were lots and lots of people still playing the game. And obviously the last thing you want to do is disrupt that experience while you're trying to add or make changes. So I'm a little curious what it's like to try and maintain and improve a game like that, knowing that on release, you are sort of committing yourself to keeping a certain set of things more static. I don't know though. Like I said, I might just be inventing a problem here because to a certain extent, like I guess the example I would put here, like if I were to go into Starflight and say it's like, okay, every tile that's high, I think I could probably get this one to the south. Oh, I better. Oh. I think I did something dumb. Okay, good. But yeah, so if I were to say, it's like, okay, so all the high areas, I want it to be light blue now. Obviously, the traits like the efficiency level, the placement of minerals, and all of that, none of that's going to change. That's just a color thing. So I realize there are some things that are not going to affect the generation, that are still going to have a fairly meaningful impact in terms of what the player perceives. But again, I think to a certain extent, that's why I'm interested in the technology. Like, it'd be interesting to sort of know what you can and can't change. Incidentally, some of you who've watched the channel for a while know that I quite like Kit Fox's games. So Moon Hunters and Lucifer Within Us, and what's a couple of others? Boyfriend Dungeon, of course. So the captain of Kit Fox Games, Tanya Short, has written, I say written, edited, I think is the proper title, with Tarn Adams of Bay 12 Games, so the people who do Dwarf Fortress. 2 books on procedural generation. I was actually mistaken when I first saw those books. I thought one was, I thought basically that they were one book and just 2 different editions, but they are actually two different books covering different topics. So I will be honest, I'm not 100% sure how much of it is very like practical, as in this is how you would do. Oh man, I don't really think I can afford to go back, but I really wish I could. Actually, I'll grab those books in just a second. I just want to see where I'm at cargo wise. Not helpful. %. Look at that. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I'll go for it because it's the one mineral I know, but again, I gotta be careful that I don't get too reckless with the... Oh, that's a high value mineral. Oh wow, there's actually quite a bit here. Anyway, sorry. I was going on about the procedural generation. I think to me, like, definitely sort of the mathy side and just kind of the technology behind it is probably a little more interesting to me than the gameplay. And I also think that makes sense just because to a certain extent I've made that game with Valiant Cheese. I was obviously really happy that they brought me along to have that experience and to learn a bit. But it's hard for me to sort of say, okay, I know, this is what I know about entertaining people, and oh God, I'm really, really pushing it here. I can't afford to try those others. I am, however, going to go... Oh. Northwest. Oh, God, we made it. Not enough room. Okay, yeah. So that's fine. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Wow, Prometheus... No, chromium. Okay. Okay, 99. I can work with that. So the other thing that's nice about this now, right, is that I have all of the other, even other regions on this first planet that I can mine for valuables. Now, obviously, I'm gonna really like load up the cargo pods, depending on how much money I make out of this, but let's see what the haul is before I go spending the money. Actually, what am I doing? Okay, story time. It is necessary to give you some unpleasant news. You may have been aware that for the last several years, scientists have been observing anomalous fluctuations in the radiation levels of our sun. While you have been away, it has been ascertained that the stability of our sun is definitely deteriorating. How much time we have until there is a fatally large flare, we are still not sure, but there is little doubt that this will eventually occur. As yet, we have no clue as to the cause of this instability. Therefore, we must assume that there is nothing we can do to change this situation. In view of this, the only option available to us is to get as many colonists off of Earth as we can. You can be invaluable to us in this. First, we need Endurium to power the ships we will build. We will pay well for any that you can bring back. Secondly, we need to know where to send the colonists. As you may already have discovered, your ship is equipped with homing drones, which you may use to log your recommendations. This is so that we can move the colonists out as quickly as possible. In addition, a sensor has been installed which will inform you of the stellar condition upon entering a system. Your ship computer will inform you in the event that a flare is imminent. We advise caution while in systems which are more than slightly unstable. Being caught in a solar flare would certainly be fatal. In your manual, we have outlined the criteria which will be important in your evaluation of viable colony worlds. You will be rewarded for recommendations of valuable planets and penalized for recommendations of planets which turn out to be uninhabitable. Consider carefully before logging a planet. Next message. To all captains, one of our ships is just destroyed by what reports indicate to be androids approximately 20 sectors directly coreward of Earth. When passing through this area, proceed with caution. We've received reports of an area outward and downspin of Earth about 40 sectors distant. There is a constellation here in the shape of a cross which seems to mark a nexus of continuum fluxes. I'm actually just going to take a quick second here and see if that android... Yeah, that's fine. Sorry, I'm trying to write my notes here. We suggest, however, that unless you are properly prepared, you avoid this area, since we have already lost several ships in its vicinity. Okay, sorry. I know I'm taking a little while to get out of the starting systems, but hopefully we're in really good shape as far as kind of getting stuff done. I would like to take a second here just to get the kind of get my tea refilled and the kettle boiled and all of that. So if you don't mind, I'm going to take just a very quick, I won't even necessarily say break, but I am going to put the note up just so I can kind of get stuff ready. It's also going to give me a chance to try and find those books. I'm not going to read them on stream or anything, but I'll talk about a couple of the topics and why they're of interest to me. So if you have not gotten the stretch, or if you haven't otherwise taken care of yourself or gotten something to drink and all that, now would be an excellent time. I'll try and be back in just a couple minutes at most. I won't even mute the mic. Okay, sorry about that. You haven't seen this game in a while. It's one of your favorite DOS games ever. So this is not exactly my first time playing at Smooth Virus. We tried this last week as well. I am. Sorry. Let me just try and get this back together. Yeah. So I got just clobbered by an alien earlier on in the on Sunday. But I was so there's a few things that I motivated me to check this out. There was so I'd heard of this game, or well, I'd seen this game played on a Genesis at some point. So I'm sure you probably know that there was a console port of this game in 1991. So I think it's like 4 or 5 years after. Yeah, so they're the ones that asked like 92. And I was like, yes, of course 92. Why wouldn't it? They're like, open fire. And like I'd made a really conscious decision not to spend on shields or armor because I wanted to see how well I could handle. Like I just really put a bunch into the engines and figured that I could run away from everything. But because I haven't done combat and because there's that switch between talking to, like the navigator and the engineer and all of that, I was sort of just floundering around while they were, while they were busy just blowing me up. And within a couple of seconds, we have a big game over screen, and I think they like took out our engines in one or two hits, and we were done. But what I guess what was interesting for me here is that I know that this game. So when I first started streaming this, I talked not just about its influence on Mass Effect. I should probably explain too. So I'd seen it playing on a Genesis, and I mean at that point, like the Genesis was an old console. It's definitely like somebody just playing at that point it was like a classic by then. I actually didn't know that there was a PC version of it, but it was very compelling. So like even though there was stuff that was more, kind of more modern, more polished, I guess, for lack of a better term, I was utterly fascinated by the fact that somebody was playing a game where like there was a whole bunch of lined pages in the manual, and like somebody had been writing notes, and like there's just this weird idea. It's like you can play games where you have to take notes. Whoa. And it's just sort of been this like interesting thing which I've never really experienced that much. And then every once in a while I'll hear about the influence of the game. So I figured I'd talk about it. One of the big things I wanted to talk about it for it was the idea of these obvious references, like ones where the creators of things have not made it a secret what inspired them, and yet it's sometimes hard to people still get surprised when they find out about it. So what I'm thinking of particularly would be George Lucas, obviously very famous for the Star Wars films, but I know he has not made it a secret. And if you look at his student films, you can definitely see that this was a major influence. Would be Arthur Lipsett and his National Film Board projects, particularly Very Nice, and 2187. 2187 is basically THX 1138 4EB, his student film. It's Lucas's student film with a little bit less science fiction. But, again, Lucas has been really clear in terms of the respect that he has for Lipsett and the kind of the debt that he owes him. I mean, among others, like obviously Kurosawa is a huge influence on those movies as well. But again, I think most people tend to get surprised when they hear about that reference. And likewise, in terms of Starflight, I think it was Casey Hudson has tweeted that Starflight was a major influence on Mass Effect. And you can see that influence not just in what they did, but also what they wanted to do and maybe never really pulled off. I did not know that they used to run a BBC. That's actually really cool. Did you learn anything you'd love to share about the game with us? Because the other thing that surprised me about this is that, for how influential this game is and how very forward looking it seemed to be in a lot of its technology, it seems like for most, if not all of Binary Systems, this was a first game for them, which just astonishes me. Because like, obviously we are really rediscovering a lot of the things that made this so interesting. I found while I was on my break. So these are the two books that Tarn Adams and Tanya Short edited. So the first one's Procedural Generation in Game Design, and the second one is called Procedural Storytelling in Game Design. So I have a feeling probably the first one. I had a discount for the two, so. But I have a feeling that probably the first one will tell me a little bit more about the actual mechanics. But yeah, obviously, so much of the attention that we seem to be putting in terms of I say we, like, obviously I'm not a practitioner, but it seems to be that there's a lot of emphasis on pushing graphical fidelity. And if you look at something like Call of Duty, or even like Red Dead Redemption 2 or something like that, like, they are incredibly impressive games, and they take a whole lot of space, and there's a lot of stuff that you can do in those games, particularly Red Dead Redemption 2. I was watching a friend of mine, Johnny Big Time, play it a lot. And it just feels like there's just tons and tons of stuff that you can do in that. But that there's just been an army of people to put all of that in there. Whereas this game, in the manual, they say, 800 worlds and we haven't visited all of them yet. And that was just to deal with a technical limitation about what they could store. I think anything you learned from them, you can find it on the internet by now. It was a long time ago. Somewhere in the lost annals of Starflight history is the tale of Captain Phillips and the ISS Thunder Road, named after the spaceship built by kids in the Explorers movie. I don't know if I've seen the Explorers. I think my first ship was ISS This Thing On, because I do not have any sense of gravitas, but yeah, I don't know. I monologue a lot, but I'm very pleasantly surprised. I think the thing that surprises me the most about this game is that, and I've said this a couple of times, so apologies to those who've heard me say this over and over again, but I'm very pleasantly surprised at how, unlike other old games, like, the thing for me is I really struggle with older games, and like I've got myself in the habit now of reading the manual pretty regularly when I try an older game. But I do tend to find their user interfaces are, the diplomatic way of putting it would be, they have not yet learned the lessons of our, some of our more modern techniques, let's say. And I'm incredibly impressed with how Starflight presents its information. I think, like, in terms of the number of just the number of buttons that I need to use for things, generally things kind of tend to make sense. Again, my one exception would be I haven't really tried combat yet, so there may be some difficulty there. But otherwise, I'm actually really just impressed in terms of how much you can do in this game with relatively little. Like, this would be the sort of stuff I would expect from mobile, which is very good at, like, using gestures and very intuitive interactions to try and do what you want to do. But the fact that, a game from the mid to late 80s is doing that, I think is very impressive.
It's a great movie, bit flawed because they never finished it. What got released was a rough draft of the movie directed by Joe Dante, who went on to create Gremlins and other hit movies. Yeah, the real shame is I've not actually seen Gremlins, but I've worked with Joe Dante. I now not in like in the sense that he was the boss, and I would very occasionally get to have a word in edgewise, not edgewise, but like get a word in like at lunch or something like that. But I worked in film for a little while before I went to university, and I worked on this TV series called Masters of Horror. And so they had a bunch of directors sort of who are somewhat names, but not necessarily people who are just going to like be going out making whatever the hell they want. So I think like John Carpenter did. I didn't get to meet John Carpenter. Tobe Hooper, who did Texas Chainsaw Massacre, did one. Joe Dante, obviously. So his was interesting because they originally wanted to film it on a camera phone, and I don't think they could get the approval for it. So instead, they used it wasn't exactly consumer level. It was more like prosumer level. So it could do it could do high definition, but like the effort was to try and make it a little more documentary. Like it was called The Screwfly Solution. I think it's off of a short story. And then I think the way that they did the financing was they had like an arrangement. There was like a Japanese kind of funding tier. And so I think there would be one episode that was made in Japan with like a Japanese crew. So I know Takashi Miike did one of them. But don't ask him about the Explorers. He's kind of bitter about that one. Yeah. Well, it's not like I have him on, my phone. I mean, first of all, that's a long time ago now. Like Masters of Horror is an old show. But I did get a chance. I did actually get a chance to see him work. One of my favorite, actually, this probably was more funny at the time. But I remember there was a couple of departments that like really weren't quite delivering. And I think I remember at some point he said something is like, I'm used to disappointment. I'm a Democrat or something like that. And I think everybody just kind of cringed because normally like if you're on the production side of things, like people shouldn't be waiting for you. Like actors shouldn't be waiting for you to get your stuff together. The director ideally is going to have, what they need in place to get the shot up. Like, so I was in camera. So like if everybody's standing around watching me like load a tape in or something like that, there wasn't tapes on that particular episode, but like, or like I'm taking forever to get Video Village up. That just reflects poorly on the camera department because it's getting in the way of actually getting the work done. But that was like, I think the angriest. That wasn't angry basically, but like that was like the, I don't know, meanest, quote unquote. But that's definitely not true for other. I've seen some very very poorly tempered directors. Also ones who you never have heard of. Oddly enough, there does seem to be a correlation between being a nobody and being a jerk, but it's not a perfect correlation. Sometimes there are people who are names and also real jerks. But yeah, like I definitely, I don't mean to suggest I have a deep, oddly enough, I probably know more about Joe Dante, like his physical mannerisms than I do his movies. Actually, let me just sorry, I know I'm wasting time from a perfectly good movie, but let me see what else he's made. Because I feel like he made a movie called Matinee, which I saw with John Goodman, but I could be wrong. Okay. Piranha? Wait a minute. So is this did he do the movie before James Cameron? Good God. I did not know that. Okay. Okay, Twilight Zone, the movie. Again, I haven't seen it, but I know that one. Gremlins, obviously. I think Small Soldiers was like a reasonably well-known puppet kind of movie. Yeah, no, he did Matinee, which is like, if for those of you who haven't seen it, Matinee is kind of fun because it's this movie to a certain extent is almost about all of the like weird gimmicks that they used to try to do to get people to go into theaters because they thought TV was gonna like eat everything. But it's kind of like a love letter to B movies almost. But it's got John Goodman in it. John Goodman's almost always great at everything he does. I remember, I think it like takes place like during the Cuban Missile Crisis. I can't quite remember how that factors into it, but I remember being entertained by it. Yeah, I don't really remember anything about it other than I think when Team America World Police came out, I was like, wait a minute, there another like puppet movie? But I also don't know if Small Soldiers was a puppet movie or not, or if they just did something else for the puppets. Anyways, yeah, I feel like I've heard of more of his movies than seen them, but okay. I don't want to spend too much time on the first planet, but it's also silly to just leave so much. I mean, basically because I skimped on my defense last time, I would like to try and earn a little bit more money. So I don't want to spend the entire stream on the first planet. But at the very base, like I would also like to try and take advantage of whatever whatever resources I can find there. Also, you'll notice that I put some money into my science officer, so we can actually see the details of this world. Got inspired by this game that many decades later you ported several of the alien races from this over to Stellaris. And when you play Stellaris, you usually play against the Starflight alien races in Stellaris because they work pretty well in that game. That's a really good idea, actually. So I'm a big Stellaris fan. I normally do that on Monday. But I never thought to do the crossover. I know, like, when I first streamed this, I talked about some of the accolades that this game got as well. And I know Orson Scott Card basically kind of called this the Star Wars of video games. So certainly it does seem to be one that kind of captured people's imaginations and kind of let them really get into sort of that fantasy of properly being, a starship captain and, doing the sort of stuff that you'd see in a TV show or a movie that, God forbid we read books, right? But I mean, obviously here, like, so there are some things that I do find interesting in that regard. Like I like radio drama quite a bit. I sort of feel like we could be due for a new batch of those with podcasting. And apparently there are some groups that do that, but I've not actually really found them yet. I know a lot of people really like audiobooks, so that's close to that, I think, but it's not exactly the same. But yeah, anyways, like, so there's something that I can appreciate, both in terms of reading, because as much as I like to pretend that I don't get it done, I do occasionally pick up a work of fiction under protest and have myself transported into a new world. But the one of the things I find kind of interesting about games like this is, again, because I don't have the fully rendered world, you know, a little bit like a radio drama. I have this opportunity to sort of use my imagination a bit, and I'm sort of filling in the blanks. And I definitely feel like Starflight, particularly, is able to take advantage of that. Again, like obviously the really ambitious scope that they seem to have for this game is, I don't know why I'm going south when it says northwest. There we go. They play the old radio shows on Sunday evenings in Washington, D.C. The Gunsmoke radio episodes from the 1950s are really popular. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so I'm a lot more familiar with some of the BBC stuff. And even then, a lot of the BBC stuff that I'm familiar with are actually TV shows that have been sort of ported or recorded while, you know, while taping was going on. But, you know, again, it's just, I think, oh God, I know there's always a risk whenever you do something on stream in terms of, yes, I do know Hitchhiker's Guide started as a BBC radio drama. In fact, if I recall correctly, it was the first one to use stereo, and I believe after that, everything had to use stereo after it. And actually, I think it holds up. I'd probably say my personal ranking of the stuff that I've seen would be the... I probably like the books the most, and then the radio series is a very close second. And then at that point, I'm not sure if I rate the TV show higher than the film. Like, I wanted to like the film a lot more than I actually did. There are definitely some good bits about it. The destruction of Earth is hilarious. I was really, really optimistic for the film when with those opening moments, but then like as it kind of went on, it didn't quite seem to have the magic that I thought it would. So, but the one nice thing about, you know, if you don't care for the adaptation, first of all, I'm not going to be the first person in the world who didn't like the adaptation of a book that they really like, right? That is a very, very common experience for people. But the nice thing is that the motion picture did not destroy the existence of the book that I really like. You know, if I prefer the book, I can read the book. Nobody's taken the book away from me. So, yeah, I actually know that what's interesting to me is that I've now run into some people who have seen the movie and actually quite like it. They speak of it quite fondly, which surprises me a little bit because I remember being quite disappointed. So it could just maybe be that it wasn't what I imagined or whatever. I try to be a little bit better about that, because I know it's never going to be like I imagine. But yeah, like I definitely don't want to, like, as a film, you know, reasonably well crafted. It's not like I'm going to say, oh God, like what kind of amateurs did they get doing that stuff? But I don't know. It didn't. I don't feel like it quite worked for me. If it was on, like, I guess I'd put it to you this way: like, if I had a chance to meet up with a friend and they wanted to watch A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, I would not ask them for an alternative. But I'd probably just read the book again if the Infocom text game. Oh, right. The Douglas Adams game that I actually know about is, I think he made a game called Bureaucracy, where it's essentially a form that you will fill out forever. But you're right, there was a text game. Yeah, that is true. It does seem like they just focused on the first book. But on the other hand, like I've always sort of felt like, well, So number one, I definitely like my taste as I mean, I'm playing Starflight and I'm talking about, everything I'm talking about is like 20 years old. So obviously I definitely have a taste for older stuff. Um, but like for me, like I really do like older movies. Like, so sort of 70s was obviously a really great time for filmmaking. And like for me, the fact that Network is able to do so many plot lines and resolve all of them, and I think it's like 120 minutes long, maybe 130 minutes. To me, I always sort of feel like whenever a movie's too long or it's not able to sort of deliver in the runtime, I'm just one of those jerks who's always like, well, what's your excuse? Because like obviously not everybody can be Paddy Chayefsky. Like that guy was a really, really talented writer. So maybe I shouldn't fault films for not being able to quite hit his his mastery of the form. But I don't know. On the other hand, like I sort of feel like if you're going to adapt something, it's either because you think you've got a way that you can deliver this in something that's appropriate to film, right? You're going to show something new, or you're going to bring an interesting spin to it, or you think you can get the job done. And I tend to feel a lot of adaptations don't hit that, although there are some that really do a good job, and they feel quite faithful. So yeah. And that's, I think that's the really big thing for me about Hitchhiker's Guide, is that I cannot fault it across the board. And like I said, like the destruction of Earth, for me, I was really, really stoked because the song and dance routine with all the dolphins, the end. Like I think one of the things I love the most when the Vogons are destroying Earth, and you've got the really overwrought string and percussion as they're jumping back with the camera up along the bodies of the ships, and it just keeps going and going, and they add more measures and the camera zooms even further. I thought that's a great example of the kind of humor that is present in the books, but that's the kind of gag that you can only really do in a movie. And so like at that point I was like, okay, you know what? They get it. Like this is going to be a funny movie that, takes the spirit of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. It's not just sort of retelling the story. But the problem is that there, as you say, like there's good individual moments that realize scenes in the book, but it's almost kind of like, to me, it almost feels like there are a bunch of little vignettes from the book that are realized in film, but as a whole, like it didn't quite hang together as sort of something on its own. Like once we moved outside of that, I kind of feel like it kind of had shared everything that it had to as far as its unique contribution as a film. And I guess when I consider the radio show. Okay, good. We don't have to walk home. I consider the radio show, or when I consider the book, or basically even the TV to a certain extent, I always sort of feel like each different version had its own contribution. And that was kind of hard for me to find in the movie. But like I said, I mean, like the thing is that I don't need to spend so much time talking about the movie if I didn't care for it. Like I'm delighted that other people did like it, because that means that there are people who may not have otherwise seen this book. That means a lot to me. We're able to experience it, and there's it's just nice to be able to share things that you enjoy. And the other thing is I could just be being too hard on it, right? Like it may not have worked for me as a film, but it may not necessarily be an inherent failing of the movie. Like obviously, there is such a thing as taste, and it could just be that it didn't like the fact that it did not work for me does not necessarily speak to its inherent qualities. So. Yeah, well, and I mean, to be fair, like to the point that you just made, like it's not like I sat down and watched the film recently. Like it could be that I find it somewhere and watch it again, and I maybe realize some things about it that I didn't see before. But yeah, I don't know. It's like I said, I'm not the first person in the world who feels that an adaptation of a book he really liked wasn't quite what they expected, and there's more than enough Hitchhiker's Guide to keep me busy without having to focus too much on whether or not the film lived up to its potential. And again, I want to be clear. Like I won't even say that it was bad. It's just I feel like with the source material being so strong, I think my expectations were maybe a bit higher. Well, I'll just nip off and shoot myself then. That's Restaurant at the End of the Universe, right? The cow. Yeah. The cow in the restaurant at the end of it. It's funny too, because if I remember correctly, the TV show. So, like, I think the BBC spent an incredible amount of money for Zaphod's second head. Like, the fact that its lips could move was apparently, like, a really big deal. And of course, that's hilarious to me because when I was watching it, like, as far as I'm concerned, they could have just had, like, a wax head. Like, it was the fact that had any kind of animatronic capability was more or less lost on me. And that's one of the funny things. I think that's an interesting difference in terms of my reaction to the motion picture and the TV series, which is that I'm kind of willing to forgive the TV series for being kind of rough around the edges because it's so much older, and obviously it's got like a BBC television budget as opposed to a Hollywood budget. But yeah, like to me the filmed versions definitely do not allow you to let your imagination run wild in the way that it does if you're reading the book. There's actually, again, just to bring it back to the radio show, like it brings me back to where I think Starflight and old radio drama become most interesting, is that you have enough. Okay, actually, you know what? I feel a little reluctant to do this, but I am going to play this. I don't know how many people here have heard of Stan Freberg. If you ever watch the show Mad Men, there's a scene where Peggy and like one of the freelance artists, or is he freelance? Maybe he's hired. Anyways, he winds up fired later on, but they're doing like the John, Marsha sequence, and that's Stan Freberg. From my understanding, Freberg worked both in, like, so he did comedy and like individual recordings in addition to working as advertising guy, for lack of a better term. And what I thought was so interesting is I think he's actually done one of the best kind of, like, there's a skit that he does about selling through radio. And I think it does a perfect job of explaining why I think radio drama is really close to some of the experience of reading a book. I'm going to see if I can find it.
Too bad about radio.
Not that one. No, not that one. Sorry, this is a hard one to find. Huh. Okay. Couldn't find it on its own, but I'm definitely not going to do the sketch justice, but basically there's an executive who's like, radio, why would I want to be on radio? Or who listens to radio? That is, he sort of basically, Freeberg kind of pitches this advertisement where they fill Niagara Falls full of hot chocolate, and they get like a bulldozer to just like roll in 2 tons of whipped cream on top of the the hot chocolate waterfall, and bring the Royal Canadian Air Force in to drop maraschino cherry on it. And then it's like, okay, cue the hot chocolate, all right, bring in the whipped cream, and you've got all the sound effects and all of that. It talks about stretching the information. Is like, doesn't television stretch the imagination? Is like, yeah, by about 5 or 10 inches, or whatever the size of a TV screen is. Again, it's a much better sketch to listen to on its own, because it uses the strength of radio. But I think, in addition to just being a funny little bit, I think it does a really good job of explaining the strength that it has. And to a certain extent, like, I think movies, some of the better movies actually understand that as well. So if you think of Star Wars, so much of the experience of Star Wars is the sound. Like, if you watch the final scene through the Death Star trench on mute, it's well cut. It's got special effects, right? Obviously, that's the sort of stuff that inspired Chris Roberts to do Wing Commander. So it's not like it's not compelling in its own way, but to be able to, like, having the sound on and hearing the sound of a TIE fighter and the John Williams score and all of that, like that is an experience. That's what brings that to life. And largely in a way that I think most people who are watching don't necessarily recognize just how much of that experience is due to the sound. So yeah, I don't know. I whether it's specifically crafted for radio, or if it winds up adapted, I definitely really enjoy some audio adaptations. Actually, Audible for a while. I don't know if they've got modern ones, but Audible Frontiers used to do some really good audiobooks, which they wouldn't change the text, but it would definitely be a little bit of a performance. So like Neil Stephenson's Baroque Cycle is done by Audible Frontiers, and they have about 2 or 3 different voice actors that they bring in when specific characters, when it's the voice of a specific character. And it's not like they have sound effects in the background, or they're not adding drama that isn't already present in the book. But it is definitely it's more than just a reading of the book. Like, they really did add something extra to it. Remember Looney Tunes goofing the whole John and Marcia thing? Yeah, that seems to be a really a really big. I actually, to be honest, I kind of thought it was dumb the first time I heard it. But that seems to be one of Freeberg's like really popular bits. You know, I heard that Mel Blanc was in a coma and was brought out of it by someone speaking to him as like Bugs Bunny or something, is like something to that effect. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's like it's one of those stories that's almost too good to check. Oh, cool. I changed the Wikipedia to to say that, so it's now become fact. So I'm just enjoying some tea. So obviously, again, I'm spending way more time on the first planet than I did before. But I just spent a bunch of money on cargo pods. And number two, if I can get myself an edge before going out into space, you know, I want to try and we're already out in space, but like before going into other systems, I'll take it. Yeah, I think one of the big things for me, Smooth Virus, is that I really dislike buying intermediate parts. So like if I can, I want to save myself the trouble of getting like a level or like a class 3 or 4 engine before going to a class 5. Like if I can, I prefer to just straight up buy the class 5. And unfortunately, that sometimes leads me to make some very reckless decisions as far as like what kind of risk I'm putting on myself, which is a kind of crazy because so far as I can tell, there's no like reverting saves. Like if you die, like that's it. You're starting from the very, very beginning again, which obviously is not something I'm accustomed to. But you know, knowing what I know now and having kind of taken some notes from before and just seeing, wow, I should have paid attention to how much space I had left. Like just because I sort of know what's in the immediate area, it's really hard for me to say, oh, okay, well the game has obviously given me opportunities, but I shouldn't take advantage of them. Like obviously I need to do my best with what I got. I mean, I also understand for this one in particular. I don't know why I scanned. I meant to do status 32%. I'm assuming some of that is probably the Endurium, but like I think this game would have been inspired by Rogue. I'm pretty sure Gary Johnson is quoted as saying that. It's like obviously Rogue, rather famously, given all of its descendants, wouldn't necessarily give you a chance to sort of save and move back. So I can definitely see that being sort of part of the experience. On the other hand, admittedly having not played Rogue, I'm also not entirely sure that Rogue quite had the same level of investment in a run, the same way that yeah, well, tell that to the crew that I made walk back after like going 70 kilometers out with 20% energy left. I'm surprised that more of them didn't die. But yeah, like, so I can definitely understand, I can definitely understand it as a design decision for Starflight, but there is a side of me that sort of thinks that there's maybe a little bit less that you are giving up in when a rogue run goes bad. Whereas for Starflight, I kind of feel very invested in this ship that I've built, and the crew that I've put together, and the progress that I'm making towards it. And because I think there's enough consistency, so this planet I don't think is going to change all that much. The idea that I would need to go and I can't remember how much to the south I've checked out, but I'm going to do that real quick. I guess the fact that, okay, well, clearly we haven't combed it thoroughly. I guess maybe the fact that I sort of feel like there's going to be some steps that I'm always going to want to do because they're just what you do to get ahead, makes the idea of making you lose everything on a loss a little more brutal than some of its contemporaries. I think in this case I'll just head to the left and catch whatever minerals I could do on the side. Actually, I have a question for you, Smooth Virus. This is more because you consider this a favorite. Often when I bring up this game, people will mention Star Control, which I know more of because of the lawsuit with Stardock rather than any direct experience of the game. And I think it was Paul Ricci, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce the name. I don't know if he worked on this or was a consultant or what, but I do know there's a bit of a connection to Starflight in that sense. But I'm not 100% sure how similar the two games are or why they keep getting... Paul Ricci, okay, yeah. He did work on this. Okay. So yeah, I'm a little curious, like what would the relationship of the two games be other than sort of sharing a developer? Is Star Control something I should be checking out, or is like, oh yeah, if you liked Starflight, then Star Control is, Starflight, but it's got X, Y, and Z? Because like when I was looking at descriptions of Star Control, it definitely felt like it was actually quite a different thing. But again, like it's just one of these things where I'm kind of in the dark, and it's just because it keeps coming up so often in reference to this game. I'm intrigued, to say the least. So remember the whole Star Control thing. If you recall, they're very different. Okay. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to ask, because everything I have seen, like it's obviously we live in a time of YouTube, so it's not like any given game is completely unknown to me. But I was having a really tough time seeing why people would refer to the two games other than that sort of shared developer. But like one delight that I had was, every once in a while I'll play around in the retro category, as tonight sort of indicates. But I think I did one where I played like a PC fighting game called One Must Fall 2097. It's like an early game published by what was then Epic Mega Games. And what I found so interesting about that one was there was one of the people listed as a tester on that game, I believe is now working in a reasonably senior position on Apex Legends. So, was it called Interstellar? That's really neat. But yeah, like there's definitely something very interesting about like seeing these names keep cropping up. And like if you check out the credits for games, like this does come up quite a bit. If you look at an old Firaxis game, Sid Meier's Railroads. Oh crap. Oh god, I made it. Good. You'll actually see Jake Solomon credited as a programmer. And of course, Jake Solomon is responsible for XCOM and XCOM 2 and the forthcoming Marvel, oh god, Midnight Suns, I think. What the new Marvel game that's coming out. So if you like, it is definitely kind of fun to take a look at the names that are associated with games you're interested in, just to kind of see where they wind up. But I wouldn't immediately say oh, you like Apex Legends? You should check out One Must Fall 2097. It's like Street Fighter, but for PCs. Like that's obviously not quite the hook. And just also bought the Empire strategy game. That one I'd never heard. There was going to be a ground portion of Star Control, but it never really worked out. That fell apart, and the guys who created Empire went on to make Empire Deluxe. Yeah, I'm really bad at pushing my terrain vehicle to completely unnecessary lengths for often what turns out to be like 1 unit of lead. I just want to double check if there's anything up here, but I'm probably heading home. Yeah, let's run back. The other thing too, like I do need to be honest, like I try to keep an open mind where I can about classic games, but I am really spoiled by modern conventions. Like I do find it easy to get cranky about you lost your ground vehicle a couple times. Like my doctor got hit by lightning. And when my terrain vehicle was active, the first planet that wasn't this one that I went on to, I think I got struck by lightning twice in a row before I knew what was going on. And my doctor just straight up died. So this game definitely has got a very interesting idea about what is fair game for crew death. I'm pretty sure there's nothing for me here, but it saves me the trouble of moving locations. I think there's one more I want to check out before I check out some of the other planets. But yeah, no, it's a tough one. Like, so I like checking out older games, particularly ones that are very influential on some of the things that I enjoy for modern games. But like the fact that I need to read a manual sometimes is enough to make me make me throw in the towel and move on, just because there's some exceptions. So like Stellaris is maybe a little surprising in the fact that, I mean, I guess they have the wiki though, so that's kind of like needing a manual. Like Civilization, for the most part, does a decent enough job of bringing you up to speed, either through its tutorials or how it presents its information, without requiring you to sort of sit down with a manual. And there are some strategy games that I play which are very much in sort of the old school mode. So I've been trying Shadow Empire lately, and that's one that pretty much you have to read the manual to have any hope of understanding what's going on. But I've definitely, like, that it does become a bit of not a burden, but like it does become a bit of a sort of a stumbling block for me, which is it may be a game that I otherwise enjoy, but because it doesn't follow some of the conventions of modern gaming, for me, just the the cost of entry, for lack of a better term, is a little too high for me, and I sometimes wind up missing out on things that I may basically under other circumstances might have enjoyed. I also realize that is heresy to say when certain people are in the chat, because I definitely know a couple of people who are involved with GOG, which is like, that's the version that I'm playing here. Although I believe this is also available on EA Play. And obviously, I know GOG is trying to branch out from being just perceived as the site where you get classic games, because like obviously the margins on classic games aren't necessarily great. Like they definitely have a few exclusives that are useful to them. So like people who want to play the original Diablo are going to GOG for that, or like the original Warcraft. I don't believe you can play Warcraft or Warcraft 2 on the Activision Blizzard launcher. I'm pretty sure you have to go to GOG for that. But you know, like, there's only so many of those units you can sell, right? Like, obviously they want to make sure that people are buying Cyberpunk on GOG and not on Steam, and they're having varying degrees of success, I suspect. But yeah, with that in mind, like, even though they're trying to shake the classic game destination image, they definitely have an audience, a very strong retro kind of an audience. And so I realize I'm sometimes taking my life in my hands when I speak of old games in anything but sort of reverential tones. And I definitely realize, like, I sound like an incredibly entitled gamer, where I'm like, oh, I have to read a manual to understand how the controls work. But I'm a product of my environment. Actually, on that note, there is one game. So this is one that I think I got. I don't know if there was like a Bullfrog bundle or something like that. Anyways, I wanted to play Dungeon Keeper. And I got to try Syndicate, which I think is a very cool game. But what I was very pleasantly surprised by was a game called Satellite Rain, which is by an Australian developer. I thought Satellite Rain did a really good job of capturing what was fun about Syndicate while putting that in a modern packaging. I should probably try Satellite Rain again, actually, now that I think of it. Oh, I agree. Some manuals were fantastic. But I don't know. I'm very used to, like, it's interesting. I'd be interesting to kind of see how this developed, but just the idea that a game now, like, if you want to play it, you can sort of pick it up without necessarily having to be given a lot of instruction. I mean, like, sometimes, I guess if you're playing a first-person shooter, there's inevitably the section where they're like, oh, here's a somewhat high wall that you need to jump over. Oh, look at this low area. Now you know how to crouch. There's always that tutorial. I screwed up, didn't I? I'm going to reserves way too much. You think you still have the manual for Ancient Art War at Sea? I'm getting some interesting titles. I've never heard of half of these around, because it had a really nice, concise history of some of the most important naval battles in the Age of Sail. That was how you learned about Lord Nelson when I was a kid. That's really cool. So the good example for me on this is definitely Sid Meier's Civilization. So for me, one thing that was great about Civilization, I think Civilization might have been one of the first games that I ever played. Like, I don't remember which one, but it was definitely not the first one. I've never played the original Civilization. So, but one of the things, so like I know the one that I played, and the one that was very influential for me was, it had a civilopedia that was within the game. And what I found so interesting about that one was that there's only so many times that you can play a game and, like, build a hoplite and not want to know what a hoplite is at some point. And what I loved was that I was able to play this game and enjoy it. And I should be clear too, like, I was really, really young when I first played Civilization. I had really no idea what was going on in that game. But it was very captivating, and I know my parents were delighted that this was the sort of video game that I exhibited some interest in, because I was not, like, blowing up demons or anything. But like I definitely remember one thing that was really cool about Civilization was the Civilopedia, because it gave me the option, if I was interested, if I just want the stats of the unit, I can get it. But alongside those stats, there's sort of a little bit of a history about what that is and why that is unique to Greece, and what its role in history was. And I mean, again, I give the Hoplite as an example. So like, obviously, I wouldn't even appreciate that, like, as far as game mechanics, that's unique to a particular civilization. But every once in a while, you pick up little bits and pieces. And then, of course, when you are at a point in your life where maybe you're able to take those lessons and make something more of them, that knowledge is waiting there for you. And I think to me, that was a really big thing. Now, I suspect, like, obviously Civilization's still a thing, but I don't necessarily think Civilization is the only way in which people can be exposed to that now. Obviously there's going to be a bunch of people who, like, their first exposure to a lot of history might be the Assassin's Creed game. Oh man, what was I thinking? I really should have been paying attention. There's no way I'm making it to the ship. Oh, that's such a shame. The best I can do is hope that we don't walk too far. Okay. That's going to cost us money, but that could have been a lot worse. Yeah, sorry. I got too into Civilization without realizing I went too far down. All right, that's 10,000. 10,000 I lost. But yeah, to your point about like learning about Lord Nelson, like, so like, if you're into Assassin's Creed, there's going to be a point where, maybe you'll learn about Renaissance Italy, things that you can't call a tow truck. But I think the other thing that's interesting about this is that it's clear that Ubisoft sort of understand its like its utility as a kind of an opportunity to sort of educate, because of course now there are these versions of which sort of remove some of the combat elements and just allow you to explore things like ancient Egypt. So I was a research assistant in classical studies for a bit, so I would be in sort of the classical, Near East. Was it Let me get the actual department name at UBC. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it used to be called the Department of Classical Near Eastern and Religious Studies, and is now the Department of Ancient Mediterranean and Near Eastern Studies. So they don't do religion anymore. No, I don't think that's it. Now I'm curious. This new name better reflects the integrated nature of the department's teaching and research specializations in the spirit of our interdisciplinary unit, which is committed to furthering new and emerging methods and interrogating older frameworks of inquiry. Our unit is working actively to critique and combat those frameworks used to justify... Okay, yeah. Part of the new change, the course codes will consolidate CLST, CNERS, and religion into... Huh, interesting. I'm trying to figure out whether or not the courses I really liked are still available. Where was I going with this? Well, I mean, one statement that I can make on that, obviously, is clearly civilization had enough of an impact. Oh, yeah, right. Well, I was talking about Assassin's Creed. So one of the profs that I was a research assistant for, we were talking about this, and he had mentioned Assassin's Creed or Origins because of its sort of its exploration style mode. Okay, due to your negligence, your ship is no longer equipped with a terrain vehicle. A new terrain vehicle is currently being installed. Consequently, you've been fined 10,000 MU. A big congratulations to Commander Tope Fofex and his mate. They just hatched 16 new larvae. Way to go, Topi. One of our ships has stumbled across some ruins in the third planet of our own system. There is evidence that there may be more. This may be worth investigating. Xenon, where's my money? Borno. Scientists have ascertained that the cause for the instabilities in our sun are external to the star. The rate of the deterioration is increasing. There is a possibility that some other race may have some clue as to the cause. Oh, apparently I aborted a notice. Oh, I could be wrong. Fair enough. Okay, so I wasn't exactly wanting to stop off here, but let's go to the trade depot. We'll sell what we can. See if we can at least make back the what we lost with the TV. Come on. Okay, I mean, that's probably an engine for us, right? Yeah, class 5 engines, 100,000. But again, the big idea here, so we'll see what the interest was. So we were gone a couple of days after training the personnel. We got 5 MU in interest, so nothing too exciting there. Okay, so we got 210 for being gone for like 10 days. So we're not getting rich off of this for sure, but I still think we're going to stay the course. Like I'm not going to go back to the innermost planet. But I am going to try and exploit as much as I can from our own system, earn the interest, try and buy as many class 5 items as I can. Obviously, I need to train up my people first, so we'll do that first. But basically, try and buy as many class 5 items as I can that I at the time that I need them, and then when we're ready to go to the more remote locations, that's when I'm gonna pay for the weapons and armor. But I'm definitely not going to enter. I'm definitely not going to enter the outer regions without some form of defense. Like running away is not going to be sufficient. Okay, let's see if I can get this right the first time. Okay, so I think it said the third planet was where the ruins were. Actually, come to think of it, I probably have that in my notes. So let me just, I'm sorry to be a slow poke, but I would like to take a minute and just sort this out for myself. So I've got the minerals on the innermost. So I made a note for myself that I'd left some minerals on the outermost planet, but I think that was specific to... Wow, I really need to take better notes. So I'm taking a look here. So I got a note here saying ruins on third planet. And no further elaboration. I've got neighboring K-class second planet ruins at 17 north, 162 east. And then I've got a note here that says third planet, 64 south, 121 east, but it's not near the one that says ruins on third planet. So I'm trying to figure out if this third planet that it's referring to is... I mean, it gives me a place to start here, so I'll check it out. But like, obviously, that is a terrible note. That doesn't help me at all. Okay, so... Yep, object, that's a planet, all right. Frozen, 1.8 G, so that's probably going to cost us in the Endurium. Not that many minerals, I noticed. Thin atmospheric density, subarctic to temperate and moderate global weather, which means that we'll get insta-killed to lightning. So yeah, just in the absence of... more information, I am going to take a second here and see what's at the 64 south, 121 east. Because I clearly wasn't paying attention to the... message that the game gave me. I'm going a little bit off the exact location. Just, I don't know if it's possible to land directly on top of a ruin, but I'd rather not waste that time if you can. What's the weather like? Thunderstorm. Get out of there, my friends. It also occurred to me that I should get... I mean, it's not going to affect anything while we're out and traveling, but I should have had... I should have started treatment. Okay, overcast. I can work with that. Well, there's the ruins, so it does seem like that was... Although 64 121, that's actually not... That's not the one I was looking for. All right. It might help if I actually followed my instructions. Is up north. This is why I wind up losing terrain vehicles. You know what? Let's just jump back into the V. It's a nice day out, so I probably should have made the most of that opportunity. But, man, they'll injure me on a windstorm. Jerks. I could just sit in the ship to heal up, but. Okay, so a little bit north. Okay, well, obviously if I was referring to ruins on this planet, those were bad directions. But of course, now I need to figure out where the hell that third planet that I'm referring to is. So for the time being, I'll just enjoy... oh, nice. I'll just enjoy the opportunity to find more stuff here. Okay. One of the worst things for me when I first tried this was the first ruins that I found were a lot like this. Like, it was not at all clear that I was doing it right, for lack of a better term. Like, basically, I was collecting stuff like Endurium, but I was like, really? This is it? Like, I find an alien ruin and I get like an admittedly valuable resource which is associated with this, you know, this ancient civilization, but like there's no message, there's no anything. But it does turn out that apparently not every ruin is going to have something in it. But of course, the drawback is that when it's the first ruin you encounter, and you develop certain impressions about how this stuff works, it can make for some awkward moments. It's like, how do I, what do I? Oh, it's a ruin. I don't need to search it now. There's no Endurium nearby. Is kind of the thinking I was in danger of developing. I think I wound up like looking at a. It was a walkthrough, but like I tried not to use it as a walkthrough. It was just more like, what are they saying I need to do with a ruin? And it does. I did learn from that there are logs on electrical storm. We didn't get hit, fortunately. I did learn that there are good Lord. I did learn that there are like there's messages or whatever that you can find in certain locations. So eventually I just got lucky, I think. But there was definitely a danger of me not appreciating what I could do with ruins for a while, just because I got a little unlucky with the first ones that I encountered. I know it didn't really give a very high mineral density, so I don't know how much I should have in terms of expectations for what I can drag out of here. Oh, pretty picture. But I'll, obviously do my best now that I'm here. I especially don't remember. I do seem to recall finding some logs. I don't think I'm going to be able to get away with this, but... yeah, it's a little too far away to feel safe. Yeah, so like I didn't really take any notes of where I previously found messages and such in the previous runs. Now the good news is it doesn't seem like the missions are, it doesn't feel like the missions are procedurally generated, or well, if they are procedurally generated, they're not like inconsistent between sessions. Actually, I don't think I'm quite ready. We'll try going north, assuming it doesn't kill us. Okay, I'm assuming heavy snow is going to affect the efficiency of movement. But yeah, assuming that the locations are the same, even if I don't find those ruins, I don't think there's a consequence. Microfilm. Reason to believe there is a black egg device in some Phlegmax ruins at 52 north, 16 east on the third planet of system 238-189. Okay, so first of all, not the location I was looking for. It looks like we've already got that note here. Black egg, 52 north, 16 east, third planet system 238-189-189. Yeah. I'm not sure if recording does anything for me, but I might as well. think once I'm done plundering whatever I can in this spot, we will move on to another better high ground. Again, the mineral density wasn't very high, so I don't have massive expectations for this planet. But if I get a chance to get more, why not go for it? Just pick it up with your bare hands. Oh crap. We're taking the dinosaur-like creature for its safety. It's a thunderstorm. Yeah, so my impression has always been that the life is not really... Wait. Is it Burnham Wood? Why is that moving? Oh, enemy-like. Okay. But yeah, so the life, so far as I can tell, the life is really not worth as much as the minerals. And so there is something of a question. Like, obviously, I'm kind of putting myself at risk. Okay, I gotta really watch it on my fuel. But yeah, so obviously I put myself at a certain amount of risk to get probably some of the lowest value resources that I possibly could. So maybe I need to get a little bit better at that. But now, one thing that would interest me, I don't know if I'm willing to give up another like launch and landing, because again, the gravity is considerably higher compared to the other planet that I was on. But I'm wondering if there's more ruins near bodies of water, kind of like what you might expect to see on a, what you might expect to see on Earth, right? And clearly, you're going to see more settlements close to sources of water. I mean, on the other hand, this isn't really a habitable world. But then again, we don't necessarily know what the world looked like when the people who built the ruins were occupying it. But yeah, there's a side of me that wonders. So I know the species or the life forms are going to appear closer to the equator. I think the manual is pretty clear on that. Whereas minerals are going to appear in the high ground. But I don't know if there are similar rules in terms of where the ruins wind up. And then, of course, there's the follow-up question. Would the stuff that I get from the ruins be worth more than whatever I find in sort of these mineral sites? Obviously, I've made my choice here. I want to see what kind of rocks I can pick up and stick in my ship, but I'll see if I can get some evidence of how the ruins get distributed. Ticking sphere. It's got a big clock on the front. It's black. It's got a little fuse coming out. Saw a coyote throw it at a roadrunner. So I kind of question this decision to sort of just do a circle around the ship. I mean, obviously I got some materials out of that, but it doesn't necessarily help me with exploration. I'm probably going to be like, oh, maybe there's something at the edge. Maybe there isn't, but I'll try and make the most of the fuel that I have right now. I'll just keep a closer eye on things. Yeah, so for the one thing that's kind of funny is the ruins that seem to be more intact are also the ones that like they give me Endurium, which is good, but they don't necessarily seem to house recordings, and you'd sort of think that, you know, if you find something that isn't quite as, I don't know, broken down, you'd maybe find some more. Good Lord. This is also one of the reasons I didn't put too much didn't put too much money in the I think it was pedal. Yeah. Didn't put too much investment in oh yeah, actually, so if I didn't put that much money in the doctor, I can't expect miracles in terms of getting people healed up. I know excuse me. I know time passes even though I'm not really doing anything. I do like I'm still trying to figure out how I feel about that. It is kind of neat that there is a world that's going on outside of you, but every once in a while it does result in some weird things. So like the fact that you can get struck by lightning twice before you can even react to the fact it's a thunderstorm. And I'm like, do they not have a way of checking the weather before they get out of the spaceship? Like, is it really the case where, you know, you have your comms officer who like just takes the, you know, is making a small adjustment to the terrain vehicle, and all of a sudden they're like just a little pile of ash outside the bay? That feels a little weird. And then obviously I talked about the combat as well. The biggest drawback to it, in my opinion, though, is that I am really fascinated by the procedurally generated creatures. I'd actually love to read the descriptions of them a bit more. And the fact that time is passing the way that it does, it's not even a question of me not feeling like I have an incentive to check the description. It's the fact that the descriptions actually go away because other things are happening that that really kind of gives me the biggest problem. So I'm not sure if there's really a good way around it. I will examine just to see. Yeah, so they're 37 now. Yeah, so like honestly, I don't have a good answer to this, right? Like it's clear that the intention is to you know, to have some kind of you know, larger world. Like basically the world doesn't revolve around you, and you're not going to you know, if you take too long, you know, that creature's going to run away, or that creature's going to run up and catch you. Or it's not FTL where you can like pause and figure out what you're going to do in response to danger. So, you know, again, like I sort of appreciate that there is a specific choice that's being made in terms of the kind of experience that you have. But it is a choice that, beyond just making things a little difficult for me, which is just, you know, it's the point where you just tell someone to get good and stop crying. One challenge for me has been that there is something that is actually a strength of this game, which I have not necessarily been able to experience because of that choice, that real-time choice. I'm hoping I didn't sink myself going for these minerals, but I think I should be fine. We're fine. I think I'll go east next. Again, I don't have ridiculously high expectations, and every time I do something on this world, I do run the risk of killing one of my crew. We've been managing. Had a great time chatting, but you're heading off to bed. Well, thank you very much for stopping by. I know it's been a bit quiet here for a bit, so I actually appreciate somebody to give me the company, because one, it's actually cool to get the perspective of someone who played this stuff. But number two, I do sometimes get a bit worried that the game's too quiet and there's nothing going on. So it's a delight having you in here. Thank you for sharing your experiences with this game and some others. I hope you have a good sleep, and I don't know, till next time. I don't know if you'll be back, but it was definitely a pleasure. So have a good one, and thanks for keeping me company. All right. As far as the playthrough for tonight go, I don't want to be up too late, but I also don't want to I want to leave this all. Oh god, I went too far out. I might be able to salvage this. South. It's going to be tight, but I think we can... I needed a little bit more, I think. Oh, maybe? Holy smokes. But yeah, I definitely prefer to at least get out of the main system before I call it for tonight. Again, I don't want to be up all night, because I finally have some approximation of a decent sleep schedule, but I also think, given the fact that I had a couple false starts, it would be nice to try and make some more meaningful progress, especially because I have a feeling I'm probably not going to be able to sort of do the I'm probably not going to be able to do the like a weekend stream or anything like that. It's a little bit of a risk, but I'm going to try and go down to the ruins. I think that'll be it for this section. Yeah, 70 kilometers is kind of far away to be on a mountainous run back with less than half energy, but we might even get back without... Yeah, no, we'll be fine. I don't think we'll even hit reserves. Or the west. Yeah, so I could afford to flounder around like an idiot for a bit. We were fine. Okay, so yeah, I think we're going to launch. I might try one more... I might just try one more section to pick up some goodies. Actually, there might be two. I guess it really depends. Like, if where we land, like, we do a decent job picking up some stuff, I can see me landing one more time on this planet. But if I land again and there's just not a whole lot there, it's really hard to justify too many trips because it's stormier. So I do put my crew at risk. So that's the first problem. Second problem is it costs me something. So like if I was going to say I can look at my cargo, but it's not going to be what I think it's going to be because I have more Endurium than I started with. So much for that. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to try this little area. So here's the game plan. I'm going to try this little area here first, because again, it's high ground. And then if this seems to generate a decent return, I think I'll try maybe checking out this area as well. But if this is a bit of a bust, I think I'll probably just leave it, and then we'll check out the other worlds. I think it's pretty unlikely we're going to get to 100% cargo. That's a nice ideal to have, because obviously that just means there's, you're making the most of your journeys out. But I also know with the pretty significant expansion of my my hold, I shouldn't expect too much out of that. Okay. The hail was something where I was like, that might cause damage to my people. Snowing is definitely going to be bad for efficiency, but I feel like that's something I can manage. Okay. It's not setting me on fire, but there is another ruin with Endurium, so it's hard to complain about getting. Yeah, so that's like the way I can think about that on its own. That's like 3,200 in terms of monetary units that I just found by going to that one place. So like it's not this isn't the worst. This is definitely not the worst place to go. The one thing I noticed is there's a lot of zinc on the ground here. So all told, this isn't exactly killing it as far as the budget's concerned. So I want to be a little careful because I am running out of fuel, but we're also not that far from the ship. I don't think I'm going to risk those ruins to the east, though. I think I can just do a special trip for them. But yeah, so like on one hand, you can think about that Endurium where, like in one sense, that just got me a couple thousand in terms of, wrong button. Oh my God, we're only at 20%. Yeah, we're definitely not filling up the ship. But yeah, like, so I can look at the Endurium and say, it's like, yeah, I just found the most valuable resource. On the other hand, that is an input to my ability to, to explore the worlds and get more resources. So I don't exactly want to think of that as something that I'm going to be turning into money. Anyways, one thing I'm learning, because this game does seem to just move time forward, even if I'm not ready for it to do so, I should not be talking as much. I am also curious. So I'm noticing it's the 18th, maybe the 19th. I'm just going to hit escape for a second here. I need to go to the bathroom, and I don't think it would hurt for me to maybe refresh my tea and just otherwise get a little bit of a stretch. So I'm going to take a second for a break, especially if you've been with me since the start. I'd maybe recommend taking some time for yourself to just move and otherwise reaffirm that you are in fact alive in flesh and blood. I don't want to spend too much more time tonight. Again, like it's a nice to have kind of goal to leave the main system, but I'm not holding myself to that just because I do want to have a decent sleep. But I'll do my best to get as much as I can done, and we'll resume that after I'm done relieving myself. So for the time being, please enjoy absolute silence as I take care of things. Be back in a second too. Okay, I apologize for the extended absence. I'm hoping that let's try that again. I'm hoping that the game didn't advance time too much, but if it did, I have at least I'll have a healed group. No, okay, so it does look like the game's paused when I oh god damn it. So my comms officer is basically dead. I can't really afford to wait that long because I have a feeling like if I am going to play this more often on stream, there's already going to be a lot of time that I'm talking. One thing, actually, there is one thing that I did want to talk about, which I can do. I do kind of want to at least try and heal them up a little bit. I don't mind waiting a couple of days, although I don't know if it'll make that big of a difference. But I recall in the manual, there's definitely a bit of a weird sense of humor when it came to the at least the religion. So for those of you who either have the GOG copy of this game, or God help you if you have an original copy of this game that you still have the manual for, I'm talking about Appendix C, the excerpt from the religious writings of Arth. Well, I'll read a little bit of it, and again, that's just a chance for us to. This is the ritual that we're doing to heal our comms officer. Chapter 1, the years of darkness and chaos, verses 1 through 6. In the beginning, there was darkness, or was there light? Nope, there was darkness. Anyway, then man came on the scene, and verily did he create a great spacefaring empire, and unto him, I'm almost positive there was darkness in the beginning. Well, so anyhow, man spreadeth wide and extended himself among the heavenly bodies of the universe, and it was good. Really, in fact, it was great. And thereby and thusly did he findeth the other races, and unto his empire did he take them, and yea, did he accepteth them almost as equals. And for a time there was rejoicing, and forsooth all was hunky-dory. Then upon mankind was there laid the greatest of catastrophes, and he was bummed. The lands trembled and the skies burned, and yea, destruction was brought down upon the empire of man. And in the fall of this righteous and glorious empire did the other races seize upon the opportunity to express their disapproval of mankind's ways, and verily did they slaughter billions of his number. And following this were the dark years of chaos. Woe and yea and woe, were those years not dark, and were they not also chaotic? Verily were they chaotic and dark. In these years there was there the darkness of chaos and the chaos of darkness. Both the darkness and the chaos were like unto no darkness or chaos that has ever had been seen before. And from this dark chaos, which was both chaotic and dark, were born the colonial worlds of Noah, which were like unto children of the empire. And among these worlds, which were like unto siblings, was Arth, and its moons were like unto children of Arth, which were like unto grandchildren of the empire, and first cousins of the other colonial worlds. So this is obviously a very different tone from the sort of story at the front of the briefing transcript. The reason why I bring this up, I was thinking about this a little bit while I was away from the keys, and I'm kind of curious whether or not that kind of humor is going to be coming back into the game. Because in one sense, it does feel a little out of place. Let's just see the conditions. Okay, it's clear, so let's run for it. I definitely made me chuckle when I read it. So I was, I was interested, and I wouldn't be upset if there was more like that in here. But it's kind of hard to see. Like, it is an appendix. It may have been written by someone who wasn't responsible for most of the other writing. And I can really see it going one way or the other. Like, I can see this being something that comes up every once in a while, and you'll run into something funny, and you'll have your, I guess, because apparently there's only one science fiction comedy, you'll have your Hitchhiker's Guide moments. Or it might be that is just, something from the appendix, something that is in the game in the sense that it's in the manual, but ultimately they decided to go in a different direction. Especially because I suspect, I'm near certain this was true for Artifact. Oh, that's interesting. So you can actually see it on the screen. I didn't realize that before. Just want to see if there's anything. Ah, there is. I am going to risk this, although I feel really bad that I'm doing this. Oh, 45. Let's hope it was worth it. It's really far away. But we're closing the distance. Okay, we made it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm still trying to get a little bit of a read on that. Like, generally, I think this is I think the tone of this is reasonably serious, and I would not be surprised if that's kind of where it stays. But I don't know. I can definitely see it jumping on another side. The one thing I will say, and it feels a little weird to say this after Stanley Parable's got a new edition out, and it's certainly not the only one. But I generally feel like there are not enough funny games. So Brian on the Rocks, who's a friend of mine who works at Respawn, huge Metal Gear fan. And he was playing a game called Unmetal, which was absolutely hilarious. Like I don't think I have laughed quite as much watching someone play a game. Well, I mean, I don't normally watch people play games, but like I'm trying to think of how much I've laughed at a game, and like I've got to think like this is probably first time I played Monkey Island kind of laughter. Like I did do Monkey Island on stream, and it was still funny, but like I think I'd probably played it like a year before. I hate that I'm risking my fuel again, but there's Endurium there. I gotta... No, that's too far away. I might have already sunk myself. I am, however, going to go far... I'm going to go pure west next time I'm back. See if we can pull it off. But, yeah, so if you look, there are funny games out there, but I have a... I don't know, I have a hypothesis that... So if you want... So first of all, I think it's hard to think of a lot of like big budget games that are purely funny. I'd actually think probably the closest that we could get would be like a Saints Row or a Grand Theft Auto, which on its own is fine, right? Like, you know, but they're, even then, the humor is not necessarily the point. I actually think Grand Theft Auto is pretty good satire. It's funny. Night Valian, who I think is streaming right now, does not like Grand Theft Auto at all, and will say in no uncertain terms as to how little interest and respect he has for that game, which makes me really confused when he says that Saints Row is very good satire. Because the thing is, I think Grand Theft Auto 5 is good satire. GTA's best game ever made. I don't know, like I genuinely, so I do genuinely think that Grand Theft Auto is an exceptionally good game. And so, like, I'm sure you've heard Night Valiant's opinion on this, where it's like it's basically just the concerns of some like middle-aged white guy, and that's why it's not good. And I'm like, well, I mean, I understand that there is like this is a thing that people say about games now, and I'm not probably the right person to say whether or not a particular set of interests have been overrepresented in terms of all forms of media up to and including gaming. And yeah, I mean, the first Grand Theft Auto is a solid game. Actually, oddly enough, apparently Elite was a big inspiration for that one. But the thing is that I actually think like Grand Theft Auto 5, like going around in the environment and like, just the number of foreclosures and references to the financial crisis and, kind of its attitudes on celebrity and things like that. Like, I definitely feel like there's a little bit more going on in that game than just like, this is a story only like made by people who have only ever watched Martin Scorsese movies. Because I think that there was actually a fair criticism of the series at a point when it felt like that. But I feel like Grand Theft Auto 5 actually offers a bit more. I think it actually picks some kind of fun targets and is pretty merciless on them. And again, like maybe I'm just trying to justify my taste in games, but I definitely sort of feel that Grand Theft Auto is one that is maybe a little bit easier to overlook. Grand Theft Auto 5 is maybe a little easier to overlook than is entirely fair, in my opinion. And what interests me is that to hear, and again, like I'm not singling out Night Valiant here. It's really funny to me that this is the most common thing that will come up when we're discussing games. Is in his view how bad Grand Theft Auto 5 is, and how I don't actually think that's a particularly fair view of the title. I think I am going to check out that other section of the planet here. That did okay for us as far as Endurium is concerned, and if I can save myself the cost of buying more, I think it's worth it. But what interests me is the idea that Saints Row is somehow a better satire, because to a certain extent it's like saying that Scream is not a very good horror film, or not a very good satire, but Scary Movie is. Like, Scary Movie is the parody of the parody, and so is Saints Row. I don't know if, like, it's kind of hard to say which Saints Row is referring to which GTA. I would definitely say that Saints Row wears, like, it's not very subtle. It's pretty clear what it's about, and it's enjoyable. Like I had a great time playing it. But I don't know, like to me the point of comparison isn't necessarily Grand Theft Auto, other than obviously to get the references in terms of what, they're kind of riffing off of and the type of genre. I just think overall Grand Theft Auto 5 is both a better game, and I think it's got a little bit more going on in terms of how it's telling its story and the concerns that it's taking on. Oh God. So that's the risk every time we go to a new section here. Okay, it's clear. Anyway, sorry, I didn't want to spend so much time talking about Grand Theft Auto. Why was I bringing this up? Right, humor. So, like, with those notable exceptions, right, and they are worth mentioning. So, actually, maybe I could put it to you this way: at the high end scale of gaming, like large budgets that are being done by big publishers and sort of expecting a big return, it's hard to see comedy as being a focus. Like, so it's hard to think of, and maybe not AAA, because like AAA is a special special thing. AAA is kind of like to a certain extent, you kind of think that AAA is like a little bit of everything. But like to a certain extent, at the very high end, it sort of feels like humor is a bit like romance in motion pictures. It's not so much a genre anymore as it is a subgenre of everything. So Grand Theft Auto, I think, is a satire, and it's funny. But I think it's also fair to say that there are a number of other bigger games which are also funny, but they are not necessarily satire. And I think even in the case of like Grand Theft Auto 5 definitely flirts with being very much focused on the funny, but it also has like a torture sequence in it. So like it's kind of hard to get an exact read on it. Actually, maybe I get Borderlands is probably a good example. Like I don't know if I would call Borderlands a comedy game, but obviously humor is a very big part of how it tries to give part of its experience. And I'm not entirely sure I would call Borderlands necessarily a satire. But yeah, I like overall it's actually maybe interesting that I can probably come up with more funny examples in the larger budget space now that I actually think about this. Because I have a theory that there is probably a lack of comedy relative to what the demand is. And like, again, if you think of, an independent game designer, right? You're going to want to make sure you make enough to keep the lights on. And part of that is being able to, to meet the demands of the market. You will need to be able to make something that people are, you need to make something that people are going to want to play, are going to want to buy. But I also think it's true that if you're going indie, you're also doing so to make the sort of things that either you want to play or, that you enjoy. And because you're already putting so much effort into making, a passion project, that probably you may take yourself and your project a little more seriously than you should. And so I think there are a number of, just kind of in terms of the structure and the incentives that people have, that there might be a little bit of a bias against humor, which is a shame because, again, I think everybody likes to laugh, and it can, it's one that I sort of feel probably we could be doing a better job of satisfying than we are right now. But again, I want to be clear, like, it's not to say that there aren't funny games. Again, this is a really weird rant to go on at a time when we've got, we've got a new Stanley Parable, and we have, I think I should be okay for fuel. I'm definitely heading back west, though. And Unmetal is an example I can get. And historically, right, Monkey Island, Day of the Tentacle, I'd even say Grim Fandango to a certain extent, although I haven't played as much of it. Like, certainly those are quite definitely Monkey Island is very comedy focused. So historically as well, it seems to be something that's been satisfied. But even then, like, I definitely sort of feel like as far as the indie space is concerned, the one where really, like, you can sort of afford to have a game which is really focused on one thing, I do sort of feel to a certain extent it's the one that's sort of underserving a particular niche, which I find kind of interesting. It also may just be that, I mean, the other problem is there's so much stuff that's coming out that it could just be I have a blind spot in terms of what's actually going on. It could be that there's actually a lot of really good, funny stuff, and I just haven't been able to find it because, I'm too busy looking at or playing strategy games on, on Steam, and so that's what it's recommending to me. But yeah, the reason why I wanted to bring up Grand Theft Auto was I actually think it's a really good like Grand Theft Auto is clearly one that has done exceptionally well financially. And so to a certain extent, it's very hard to argue that that this is not serving not serving the developers well. Like clearly if you get it right, there's money to be made. But that, I think that's also the other part, which is like comedy is not easy. Like I don't necessarily know how to be funny. But then again, I also don't know how to make games. So, I may not be the best model for that question. I don't know though. For me, I wouldn't be surprised to find out that there may be just a reluctance to do something funny though, just because people people are already sacrificing a lot to do a game, so they don't necessarily want to see the game as an object of fun, which is a shame because obviously for good comedy, it's not necessarily the work that is the butt of the joke or the target of the attack. I feel like I might have gone here already, but I'll grab that last little mineral. I'm pretty sure I already went east, so maybe we'll leave this world and then we'll see what we have left in this system. Because I'm already half an hour where I thought I was going to be, but I don't know, it definitely feels weird to spend so much time in Starflight and not even get out of the home system. And I've been making more and more tea. I know, Olaf, you'd prefer coffee, but if I do that, I'm just going to run into the same problems that I had this week about sleep. Not that tea's helping me sleep, but it feels like less of a brute force approach to wakefulness. Okay, first of all, how are we storage-wise? 38%. Given the fact that we're at like full cargo hold, that's actually pretty good, I think. Like I said, I don't think we're going to... Wrong button. I don't think we're at a point where we're going to have a full cargo hold by the time we leave the system, but I think we'll have a fairly reasonable amount to sell. Right, I remember this, so there may not be too much for us here. Oof, 5Gs. Very violent. Yeah, actually, if I remember correctly, I think we said this place can go to hell. Especially with my comms officer. Yeah, at 49 on a very violent planet, that's not happening. Actually, this is one thing I never realized. It's a little funny that you can't say, hey, we're not bringing the comms officer. Like, what is the comms officer doing on the terrain vehicle that's so important? Could maybe understand. Well, I guess the doctor isn't really treating anyone, but, like providing first aid. I can maybe get that. I could see the captain, being part of the team. Navigator, sure. Engineer, sure, you need to maintain, but comms. I mean, it's not like the ship comes and saves you if you get lost. Well, okay, actually, that's not okay. No, okay. So there's two ways I can think about this. I'm like, okay, so like, um, they are they're in the terrain vehicle because you need to know where you are relative to the ship, and having communications ensures that you're able to keep in touch with everyone. You know, basically to kind of maintain things. So I'm like, okay, that could maybe make some sense. But the other way of looking at that is like, well, if everybody's in the damn terrain vehicle, who are you communicating with? So yeah, I'm trying to reason my way through the you have to bring everyone logic of Starflight. I'm sure it's probably a technical reason rather than like a story reason, but I kind of feel like being able to leave some people on the ship to keep them safe would be desirable. So clearly you need to send you some Death Wish coffee and make you drink that. What is Death Wish coffee? This sounds like something you are very familiar with, and I don't know if I should be concerned or intrigued. What am I doing? I need to see the status of this planet first. Good mineral resource. Oh, wait a minute. This is those islands that didn't actually have anything on it, isn't it? I mean, on paper it looks good. Nah, there's definitely stuff here. It's a very nice coffee, very strong. For a while, it was the strongest coffee in the world. Okay, I gotta look this up. Because, like, I guess if we're talking about strength too, there's the question of okay, I'm sorry for being this person because it drives me crazy when people are saying this, like, you know, light coffee has more caffeine than dark. It's like, yes, but like not a measurable amount, and I care about the flavor. It's like every goddamn time I am in a coffee shop, I hear at least one person say that with that kind of did you know, maybe not did you know is not necessarily a bad thing, but like, I know something you don't know tone that just makes you want to slap someone. I think it's because actually, I think I know why it bugs it so much is that there were 3 times in a row when I said that, and I had asked specifically for a dark coffee, and then the person said it to me as if my request for dark was for higher caffeine. And it's a flavor distinction. I drink coffee for flavor. Yes, it wakes me up. No, I don't. I do not feel more awake when I have a light coffee. I will have a light coffee if I want a light coffee. I'm not opposed to it. If it's all that's available, I will not refuse it. But maybe don't ask me the question if you're going to turn around and tell me what my intention was in the first place. Yeah. Anyways, I'm probably unreasonably mad about that, but okay, I'm looking at the page here. The world's strongest coffee, Death Wish Coffee, is here to fuel your passion. Basic brews not invited. The highest quality Arabica plus Robusta beans are roasted to bold, never bitter perfection. The result, coffee that naturally brews double the strength of the average cup. Okay, I'm mildly intrigued how they do that. Because like that's just it. Like if it's a strong, when we say strong coffee, like there is a maybe I shouldn't say trade-off, but I won't spend too much time looking at this, but do they actually list what kind of coffee? Okay, here we go. Bagged. Valhalla Java. What a name. They have a subscription service? God, everybody's got a subscription service now. Not a morning person? Not a problem. Dark roast, bold flavor, reliable, don't ask questions. Our OG bag of beans may be the only friend you'll ever need if you're lucky. Sourced from the highest quality coffee beans in the world and roasted to deep, never bitter perfection with notes of dark chocolate and black cherry, we recommend at least 1 cup first thing in the morning in total isolation. This is a pound of power. Basic brews not invited. I'm looking for stats. Anyways, it's got a Wikipedia page as well. It's a coffee brand in the United States. Coffee is primarily sold online, but can be found in grocery stores across the United States. Death Wish Coffee was introduced in 2012. The company was founded by Mike Brown in Saratoga Springs, New York, and is headquartered in Saratoga Springs, New York. Its production facilities, Round Lake, New York. Death Wish claims that its coffee has double the caffeine of an average cup of coffee, but that it does not taste bitter or acidic. Death Wish Coffee and Valhalla Java are USDA certified organic and can be found in many stores across the nation, including Hannaford, Kroger, Price Chopper, Healthy Living Market, ShopRite, Safeway, and Walmart. Sent coffee to the International Space Station. Apparently had a recall. But yeah, not much on the caffeine. I was mostly just looking for like the caffeine content. But there's a place that I've been trying. So mostly just because I like Canada and the I miss BC. There's a BC roaster called Kicking Horse, which I've been reasonably happy with. It's also kind of nice because it's on its own. It is actually quite costly, but I notice every once in a while. So what I tend to notice is that the grocery chain that I tend to go to, I'm assuming, it's a high margin item for them. Well, no, I know it's a high margin for them because of the ridiculous discounts that it will get over time. But one thing that's nice about it is because it's a high margin item, it is the sort of thing that on their points program, they will definitely push quite a bit in terms of the points values. And the points are pretty easy to work out in terms of a percentage based discount, but they're usually pretty generous with the points because traditionally it is a rather costly item. But it is not uncommon to find that coffee available at half price, or at the very least 2 for the price of 1, which to me is the same thing because it keeps for a reasonably long time and I just stock up. So that's usually how I do it, is I will, I'll wait for one of those sales to go on and the deal that they offer as far as the points. And so I'll pick up, $50 worth of coffee, which fills a backpack and a bag. It feels like, I'll collect a ton of points for the move. And then, that'll cover me for months. So I'm good for coffee for a bit. I am actually starting to get a little low. I don't know if the points program's kind of found the trick because I've seen it on sale a bit, but it's been a while since I've gotten a discount, but I'm sure I'll be fine. How you doing, Quinn? You remember playing this on Genesis back in the day? I'm so glad that somebody's mentioned the Genesis version. So obviously this is, so this is the PC version, which is considerably older. I also needed to pay attention to so that's gold. I definitely need to go back. I wish there was a way for me to play the Genesis one. Again, I'm not quite sure the status of emulators on Twitch. And generally I think it would maybe just be good for me to not to test the limits on that. But the visual style of the adaptation and the audio, I thought it was really impressive. I really do wish they would make that available more widely because this is off of GOG. I don't know if the sequel ever got a console treatment, but but the Genesis version is actually how I became aware of this game, and I think it's a really impressive. So first of all, it's a really impressive game, and I'm surprised at how much I enjoy the PC version, given that I tend not to be really into very old games. Like, they just feel old to me, and I tend not to respond very well to some of the, the older design choices. Which I realize people who love classic games get really frustrated with me when I complain about that sort of stuff. But I just got to be honest. Like, again, I'm used to the benefit of people having played old games, have learned the lessons from things that made them less enjoyable to play than they otherwise would have been, and to turn around and make them better, make them more enjoyable. Great example would be, I think, most of the decisions that Firaxis made in making the new XCOM make XCOM a better and more accessible game. And I don't think it's a mistake that Phoenix Point, while being different from Firaxis' XCOM, did not completely abandon the conventions that game introduced to the genre. I think that's just an indication of how we've made progress in terms of game design and making games more enjoyable and accessible to people. And I think to a certain extent you could actually make the same argument with Starflight, right? It's not that this game is not enjoyable, but I definitely feel like the fantasy of being the space captain and the exploring the universe, galaxy at least. I don't know. Like, I definitely feel like the extra visual polish and the interface with the controller add a little something to Starflight that isn't present in this version. Again, that's not a criticism of this game by any stretch of the imagination. I'm very impressed by this, and I enjoy it very much. But I do wish I had the opportunity to play the game that I had originally seen and was impressed by. Okay, I'm playing with fire here. Oh, that's far. I am gonna run for it though. So yeah, 84 is really far away. But I could take advantage of a little bit of low ground. Yeah, we're fine. But yeah, you're actually the first person I know. So there's a lot of people who are seeing this for the first time, which I think is really cool. You're the first person I've run into that has played this on Genesis. So I must know all about it. Was it as fun as it looked? Holy crap! How'd I miss that? That was really exciting up until I saw the contents of those. Yeah, a lot of lead, a lot of tin. I'm not getting rich off of this, but So I want to be a little careful with how I handle this, just because with the higher efficiency, I'm going to have the illusion that I can maybe move a bit further than I necessarily can. But I don't want to throw away opportunities either. Okay, yeah, this is a great example. So what I'm going to do is I'll go a little bit further out. Okay. I was hoping I might find something on the edge here, but it doesn't look like it. So what I'll do is I'll just take advantage of the goodies here. So we're only 35 away from the ship. Oh, but we're full. Okay. Yeah, lead and tin I can do without. Honestly, I think I'll just make a separate trip for it. This is the first of 2 locations I think I'm going to try. Yeah, no problem, Olaf. I know I'm going quite a bit later than I'd planned, which I'm not feeling great about. But I particularly appreciate you chatting, just because I know it's tough for me to stay engaged during this, and I get a little self-conscious when I repeat the Mass Effect stuff too many times, because I know, it's, again, this is not a. Streams suck when people start talking about viewers too much, but I am kind of conscious of the fact that it is usually the same people who are stopping by. I'm not a huge draw in any category that I'm in, and so the last thing I want to do is have people hear about the Mass Effect connections for the 8th time in a row. So it is actually I do appreciate it because I know you really like lurking. I actually really appreciate it when you sometimes come out of the lurk to share something, because it, particularly for a game like this, where I sometimes feel like I'm not doing a good job of making it interesting. It's nice to have an ally to give me something to riff off of. So it's appreciated. Again, never expected, and I'm not saying that to encourage you to keep doing that, but rather I appreciate that you're coming out of an experience that you prefer to give me a hand, and it's something I really appreciate. Also, I just want to give you a nice long compliment so that I can keep you from getting some sleep, because if I'm going to feel foggy every day, then by God, you are as well. Have a great sleep, though, Olaf. I'm sure I'll see you sometime over the weekend, and if not, there's other space games to be played. God, there's a lot of, I like that I'm getting so many minerals here, but it's a lot of stuff that's just not helpful. I'll grab the rest of the lead, because, why not? But I will feel a little bad about it. I think what I'll do is I'll just do an insane move north to see if I can find anything fancy. And oh, actually, we might run into life here now that I think of it. Or the water. Water wouldn't help me. God, so much lead. Oh, here's a question for those of you who, again, please, just because I'm saying something in general to chat, please don't feel like I'm trying to drag people out. Has anybody heard of the game Out There, or is anybody a fan of that? Because looking at, God, I don't know what they're calling the new one. It's like Beyond Time or something like that, but I was intrigued. Like, it's a tough trailer for me to read because it's one of these things where I see a lot of individual components that are very interesting to me. And so it seems like the sort of thing I would very much enjoy and would be very interested in playing. But I can also think of examples where I've seen those exact same mechanics combined together in a game that I did not enjoy at all. And it's one of these things where, because it's just showing me like individual shots of like a hex grid or, kind of a little party moving through, and it's talking about, a randomly generated universe or what have you. Like, each of these things seem very interesting on their own individually, and I want to think the best of it. But of course, the purpose of a trailer is to make it look as appealing as possible. And it may be that this is not something that's a good fit for me. So, but it does seem to be that this is actually a very popular game. It's a sequel to a popular game, and so I'm also a little intrigued in. I'm intrigued by how much. Oh, cool. Or lead. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'd love to know more. But I was curious if that was the sort of thing that anybody had experienced. I don't know if I really want to get the rest of that lead. I will do one more trip down south because I genuinely don't remember if I left anything down there. But otherwise, we're gonna move to at least one more part of the map. We will plunder what we can find there. This has actually been a pretty good run for us as far as materials are concerned, so I don't mind spending the extra time in this system just so I can get what I need. We've almost certainly been here. I'll take it to 50%. Like, obviously, if it's a straight line for the more or less the same territory, then I don't see myself winding up in a situation where I can't go back. But I do feel a little silly going for a joyride, basically. I am getting a little nervous now. Oh no. Okay. So I'm gonna head to that. You can probably see the little white band just in the south there in the middle. We're gonna check that out for there might be ruins, I don't know. But definitely we're checking that out for minerals. I think the first time I did this, I had to leave a bunch of stuff behind because we didn't have all the cargo pods. Clearly that's not a problem here. But just because I can go somewhere doesn't mean that I need to spend like the whole evening. But like I said, if I'm able to get to a point where I am investing a lot into the ship, and we haven't moved outside of the home system, that works really well for me because I know from previous playthroughs I can go to the neighboring system and not really have to fear anything attacking me. So if I can just buy that class 5 drive to get the fuel efficiency and we just sort of plunder that for its resources, that's the best outcome for me because then I get the interest for the journey and I'm able to... Ooh. Well, this is tempting. I'm going to deal with the west first, and then we'll kind of see what I've left after after I go through this. Yeah, this is this was a good idea to go here. But yeah, so I think the way I'm going to handle this is I'm not going to be as reckless as I was last time in terms of like not bringing any defenses. But what I do want to do is kind of take a just-in-time approach to equipment. So the idea here, so principle number one, the fewer intermediate parts I need to buy, the more money I save overall. And that's in two forms. Form number one is in the amount actually, sorry, there's a slight adjustment I want to do here. So I'm already bringing a lot of lead. So what I can do is I can grab the tin first. I can make up the balance in lead. Yeah, so leaving 120 on the ground isn't as frustrating. Oops. But yeah, so number one, I'm saving myself the cost of selling a used engine and things like that. So that's sort of the first priority for me. Ooh. Second priority is to get the part as late as possible. So in addition to getting it when I have the money for the top quality part, the other thing I want to do is get the parts when they are at the last possible minute. And that basically just means that I have the money for those parts sitting in the bank earning me interest, rather than me, getting shields that I don't use for 2 or 3 systems. But the problem with last time was we ran into something that did enough damage to us to take out our engines before we were even able to respond. So it's clear that I want to make sure that I have some form of defense before I go beyond sort of the initial encounters that the game recommends. So I'll find the right balance for that, but basically that's going to be, so by spending so much time kind of grinding through this home system here, the idea is that this is going to be laying the foundation for sort of my subsequent moves, which will be a lot more about, resources sort of being a nice side effect to the other exploration that I'm doing. And essentially it means that all of that so that's a time when I imagine that I'm going to be doing a lot of I'm probably going to wind up doing a lot of exploration outside of the home system, like in remote places and for very long periods of time. And so having, hundreds and thousands of MUs just sitting in a bank account at that 12% interest is something that, as I'm doing something that's necessary for the game already, I should be earning quite a bit. And then that just gives me options. So if I get completely stripped down in terms of armor, well, that's fine, because in the most ridiculous version of this, okay, well, I can get new level 5 armor on my interest payments. Do I need enough Endurium to run across the galaxy? We'll tell you what, we'll start with 100 Endurium. We're going to go to the most remote location that we can find, and we're just going to mine, we'll mine everything we can on the way there. And as we keep burning Endurium to check out, stuff that's far away, that's just freeing up cargo space for us to move on. And again, if I have a very large war chest to sort of begin that with, that's better than kind of hoping that I scrape together enough from my more remote work. But again, I have no idea what waits for me in the galaxy. I'm definitely hanging on. Like, I'm not selling any of the Endurium, and that's just because I learned the pretty strong benefits of being able to, bribe species to get them to tell me stuff. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to turn around here. But we did get gold. All right, I'm going to come back. So this will be a little bit of a... I feel like this will be a bit of a risky one in terms of distance, but I also think it'll be worth it. We had at least 3 mineral units, or I'll call it mineral units, but it was like a cluster of 3. So yeah, it's a long journey out over pretty rough terrain, but I'm not doing side journeys, so lead. Okay, I'm going to try something sneaky here and go to the higher efficiency territory, and that way I can pick up some extras. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of gold. I thought that was going to be lead. I'm glad I made that detour. That's lead. I think that actually might be lead that I dropped off. Okay. I'm trying to remember if I've gone south. I don't think I have, so that'll be the next destination. If we don't find anything there, I think we're good to head home and see how much money we made out of this. As always, I want to take a quick second here and look. Oh, I actually don't expect that much down south, but yeah. Well, that's something to work with. I'll try going east because we've already found some stuff there. But maybe I'll do a quick southwest check as well. So it definitely seems that these kind of light blue areas, I guess it's not really light. I'm not very good with descriptive color names. That's why I prefer digital versions of Games Workshop properties, as they do all the painting for me. But yeah, it doesn't cost me a lot to travel here, and we have had a pretty good track record of finding some decent deposits in this layer. Slightly counter to what the manual tells us, but again, I think the manual is talking more about tendencies rather than hard rules. So like it probably shouldn't be interpreted as you will never find, minerals in the pink area. It probably should be more like, more often than not, you're going to find minerals in the high areas and you're going to find life in the low areas near the equator, which I think is, if not the exact wording of the manual, at the very least, the spirit of what the manual tells you. So here it would have been maybe nice to have a slightly more full terrain vehicle coming back, but last journey I'm going to do here is just basically the same thing to the southwest. I kind of feel like I might have already checked out some of that. But assuming that I don't find anything, that'll probably be the last for this world. And we'll head back to port to see what else I can find. I'm pretty sure that's lead that I left before, but if I got nothing else to do. It was like 1.2 of lead then. Nope, it's gold. There's actually quite a bit here. So again, I want to be a little conscious of my fuel, but I'm gonna take a slightly different direction home. Oh man. So I want to be careful about this, but what I'm going to do, I'm going to head to the right here. I'm going to head back, and then we're going to do a hard east trip. So I do want to make sure I'm taking advantage of the easier to traverse terrain when I can, but not so much that I ignore opportunity. We're not that far from the ship, so even if I go over the rough terrain, we're well within expectations. But yeah, I'll confess I'm a little surprised that there was so much to the west. So I'm going to take a quick second here just to take a look at the ship status. Oh, look at that beautiful number there. And that's with the maximum number of cargo pods. Okay, well, sorry, 1 second here. With energy at 6460, I believe over half of that is Endurium, which we're not going to sell. But even then, considering the fact that we had 4 cargo pods, and we're now up to whatever the max is, I'm sure if I take a look at like the engineer section, it'll tell me exactly the number. I am hoping that's going to translate into a very healthy payday. Mind you, a lot of that's going to be lead, so I'm probably not going to be able to kit out the ship with everything that I want it to have, but engines for sure. And we might... I don't know. We might be able to get a defensive system or two. I feel like probably my priority should be shield, laser. After the engines, shield, laser, missile launcher, armor. Okay, I want to be a little careful about my distance now. God, there's so much to get, though. Okay. I'm going to take this in a slightly different direction, but there's always room to pick up more. Trying to take advantage of some of the low ground where I can. We're a little shy on fuel, but I think we'll maybe dig into reserves a little bit, but yeah, no. The efficiency helped us. 94%. But yeah, like I'm almost at a point here where trying to get to that western part is it's taken up all my fuel. I think maybe what I'll just try and do here, I need to go north again. I might have actually sort of sunk my plans by going south like this, but I'm going to see if I can really stretch out. to those last few. Again, I'm at 62 with 70 to go, so this is the point where I should get a little nervous. Okay, cool. I think that's as far as we can make it, but we will get some goodies. Let's just hope it's worth it. Yeah, so 5074 is a number I should be a little nervous about, but again, I've got some friendly terrain that I can go over for a bit. I just want to be a little smart in terms of handling it. So I don't want to go around I'm not going to take a big journey around the edge to avoid going over some rough terrain. I don't think I have the fuel to be able to afford that. But obviously kind of cutting a straight line to be able to get back to this this low or a higher efficiency area help me. And then of course now I can just do my normal movement because our energy exceeds the distance. Okay, I think we're good. We do have a little bit of space left back in the ship, but it's hard for me to see how we're going to be able to meaningfully contribute to that. The one option I do have would be to just try and move somewhere else on the planet, but we've taken care of the two sort of high density areas, or what we would expect to be the high density areas. And just taking a look at the terrain that we're moving from, I'd say we've probably done a pretty good job of covering the most important stuff there. So the big question is, how much do we make? I can never find this planet. There we go. Well, it says starport, actually. So just doesn't look like a starport. Okay. So let's have a quick look at the operations board. We've compiled a list of some of the nearby fluxes from data that has been brought back by the exploration vessels. This may be of use to you. Here are some link pairs. And we've already written these down. That's what I get for hammering space too much. Next message. Highly qualified female Thrin Ith Talara seeks employment on outgoing exploration vessel. Extensive experience as communications officer on board the ISS Intrepid, has a Class 5 navigator's rating. I always wondered if you're able to take advantage of this, but so far as I can tell, you are not able to hire this individual. Borno, meet me on Regulon 7 on the 15th. You know where. You'll get your money. Xenon. Okay. We don't have any evaluations, so let's just take a look here. And so my plan in this case is going to be, so 64.4 is a lot of Endurium to be carrying. I believe that's over half of my cargo capacity. And that has consequences, right? So if I were to wind up in just this, the interstellar equivalent of the 7 cities of gold, I would be in a tough spot because I would need to be making some hard choices about what I'm going to take back with me to sell. But it is also true that, so we know there will be at least one increase in the price of Endurium. And I have a feeling that there's probably going to be further increases in the price of Endurium as we continue to, identify more planets that are suitable for colonization. I think that's basically the game sort of modeling the process of sort of the Exodus. And so obviously, the competing needs of Endurium to support further exploration, but also the need to use it to colonize these worlds, which I think is neat. Again, I'm sure there are some games now which have proper markets which are responding to forces brought by the players, but this game's It's not 40 years old, like 35 years old, I think. It's still pretty impressive. So, sorry, lost my train of thought. The way I'm looking at this is that, like, yes, it's a lot to have in my hold for sure. We obviously couldn't fill the ship with what we found so far here. But I guess the biggest thing I would say is that by holding on to the Endurium now, 1, I have some for bribes. 2, I have some for when the price goes up. So if at the very least I'm holding on to a commodity that I know is going to become more valuable as the game progresses. And of course, at that point, I consider, maybe it's worth more and I need the extra cargo space, or more likely, this is just an opportunity for me to not have to buy Endurium at a time that it becomes very costly. So we'll see if this turns out right. I mean, I suspect part of the experience is just to make these kinds of choices, see how they work out in the playthrough, and then you're just better equipped for the next time. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest, but it has slight value as an alien curio. But otherwise, it is totally useless to us. So in this case, we made the money back. We'll do that with this analysis of the artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has a slight value as an alien curio. So I thought this would cover the same for everything. Anyways, that's fine. Silver gadget. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest, but it has slight value as an alien curio. Otherwise, it is totally useless to us. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has slight value as an alien curio. Otherwise, it is totally useless to us. Well, for 2250, that's actually a pretty good return. And the pretty picture. Analysis of this artifact has revealed very little of interest. It has slight value as an alien curio, but otherwise, it is totally useless to us. So I'm going to do something a little different here. I'll take profits of any of the on any of the items that I can. So we spent 500 to identify these. So anything that is over 500, I'll claim. But actually, for the ones that are worth only 500, or the ones that are worth less than 500, I'm actually going to see if I can trade them with aliens later. But big question now is basically just how much am I able to make off of all of this stuff that I dug out of the ground. Because, like, obviously 1541 of this is lead, which is not all that exciting. Gold is quite valuable, but like it's 63.7. So yeah, that'll be worth a lot, but it's less than half of what I've got in terms of lead. 11.3 iron, I don't expect to earn anything off of that. So not that I'm unhappy I brought. I mean, obviously it's good to, like any shipping, generally what you want is to, have that hold as full as possible, because anything that's not used is effectively waste. It's kind of like planes, right? You want to have seats filled. If somebody pays you $1 for a seat that would have otherwise been empty, well, actually, I guess there's a question in terms of like what the change in weight in fuel consumed for that extra person's weight, but I'm going to assume that probably the dollar is still worth it. So, in this case, I didn't drop anything to bring that iron. And so I should be happy with what I did, but still, it's not a lot of money. I'm going to complain about not making a lot of money is essentially what that is. Now, under normal circumstances, I'd probably have like 30 or 40 Endurium. So essentially what I'm doing here, I'm leaving 34.4. So like that's quite a bit of money, right? I'm potentially leaving 34,000 on the table here. But of course, the price is going to go up. So I should also sell those artifacts. So just 2 artifacts. I do kind of question, like, is it worth it? Like, is the 150 really worth it? What if I can get more for it? But I don't know. I'll learn I think I'll learn. Oh, that's right, species as well. So if you notice here, right, these species, 25 for the dinosaur-like, 35 for the enemy-like, they don't take up a lot of hull space, but they do take up space. So it's one of those ones where I'm like, do I really want to be messing with this? Now, before I do anything else, I just want to take a quick look at the bank and see. So here's a decent example of how this approach is going to work this time around. So like when we first started and we kept money in the bank for not training our officers and that, we earned 5 in terms of interest. That's like nothing. It's one of these questions like, are you seriously going to be focusing on 5 MUs of interest over the course of this game? And the answer is kind of no, not really. But consider the fact that with the activity that we did, so between the 16th to the 6th, with having 100,000 sitting in the bank, that earned us 1208. And then, of course, we're also sitting on a whole bunch from our trading here. Now, we're going to have to give some of that back in the form of training and purchases that we're going to be making. But this is kind of the logic of sort of the just-in-time approach to my my training and my other needs. So I'm still going to do the just-in-time approach here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take my doctor. So clearly we've been running into injuries. So in this case, I think it makes sense to spend that money on training. Actually, honestly, for crew, no, we're just going to the neighboring system. So we don't need communications. We don't need engineers. If I'm going to commit to keeping money in the bank as often as possible, I should stay on that. Now, the one exception to this is my ship, so my engines. In this case, we'll earn 900 for selling our old engine, but that's so we can get the Class 5. So obviously that's a big hit to our bank account. We're still higher than we were when we earned 1,000 in terms of interest. But the reason why I'm doing this now is that in the next broadcast, we're going to be going to the neighboring system. Neighboring system is going to give us some locations for things that I already have, but it's actually a pretty decent little return for... So if I recall correctly, when I did this last time, it was once I'd checked out the neighboring system that I had sort of 100,000 MU, and I was asking, like, what do I want to spend the money on? So I have a better answer to that now. And that is, we go to the neighboring system. We have the best engines we can because that will help me with fuel efficiency. We have as many cargo pods as we can because that will allow me to bring more stuff back home. And everything else is just a question of, analyzing planets and just generally making sure we make as much money as possible. When we return, hopefully with a hold full of goodies, then I'm going to be making some moves on things like the colony control and other locations. And at that point, I'm going to have shielding, potentially even a laser cannon. I don't know if I want to go on the offensive quite yet, but it feels like, I don't know, it feels like if I'm going to be equipped for a fight, I should probably have some offensive capabilities as well. It would actually be really interesting if the game's species treated you differently based on your armament. So if they see you are defenseless, then they will be more bullying than if they feel that you are capable of handling yourself. It'd be interesting to see whether or not they do that. It's neat that you can think of this game this way, right? Because like, how many games from the 1980s can you think of that you are wondering whether or not they model that kind of behavior? But yeah, like the idea is that I'm trying to earn as much as I can, keep it in the bank as long as possible to earn the interest. And when the time finally comes, when I'm going to be going to dangerous areas, that's where I'm going to be training up comm staff, training up, getting shields, getting armor. And in this case, I made the exception for training for the doctor because we have pretty much constantly been healing someone at any given point in the game. So that's it for me, though. I'm actually an hour and a half past where I wanted to be, and I'm starting to test the limits of what would be a reasonable bedtime for me. So I think there's a couple of people who just recently stopped by. I apologize for, closing off Starflight. It has been a really long period of time for me just to go through the home system, which I realize is a little ridiculous. But again, there's a very specific plan behind that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to find someone to host. I'm probably going to host Kilgore Trout again because he tends to play classic games, and I figure that it's a decent one to send people off to when you've been streaming in retro. Yeah. Shand is fun, but I feel like Kilgore's probably the one to send them on to. As for me, I probably am not going to be able to do an extra stream over the weekend. I'd like to, but I've got a really busy weekend ahead of me. So Stellaris on Monday. Wednesday, we will be back to Industries of Titan, which now has a rival corporation inside of it. And Friday has become a bit of a free day for me. I am intrigued in seeing where this Starflight session goes. So I may do that on Friday. I may go back to Hand of Fate. There may also be some other things that are coming up. So stay tuned in terms of that. I'll usually announce what I'm going to do on Twitter. But if this is the end of our time together, if you're just here for Starflight, thank you very much for hanging out with me, even though I was in the early stages. I hope we get a chance to do something a little more exciting in the next episode. Sorry, forgot to raid Kilgore. So the person... Oh, he's the wrong... Let's try that again. Kilgore Trout is a member of the GOG stream team. I've known him for a while now. He tends to play a lot of classic games, and actually he's got a neat little hook in that he plays classic games on original hardware. So in this case, I think he's using like a Pentium 233 or something like that. So I've not seen most of the games that he plays. So for me, it's just a chance to sort of see some new stuff. But it looks like he was also interviewing a game designer for this. So the game he's playing is called Death Gate. Again, it's another one that I've never heard of. Apparently 1994 release. But I don't know if that is appealing to you or not. But one way or the other, Kilgore is a fellow Canadian, somebody who definitely has an interesting channel and definitely an interesting approach to streaming. And I don't know if he's done his box or movie hype yet, but I also know he likes to show off some of his old game boxes and movies. And generally that is I don't know. It's something that I think most people tend to like here. So I will leave you in his capable hands. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you in the next one.